Gdzie można?
Ja na przykład mam grupę na WhatsAppie, napiszę im zaraz. Ej, zrobię generalne sprzątanie. Nie wiem, napisałam, trzeba każdej ścieżki, żeby one wybrały i nie spawnują w kółkach. Naprawdę, one się pojawiają w moim procesie.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Nie wiedziałem, co się dzieje, zostało mi 10 minut.
Dobra, ja też napisałam właśnie. Twoje życie, Marta. Chcesz, żebyś się przesunęła. W ciemnej linii.
Jeszcze mam jakąś muzykę relaksacyjną.
Super. Czekaj, muszę wziąć butelki i będzie szukać. Aha. To jest super wielka. Mega jest.
Zaraz jak to kusi, tylko że ja już mam błąd zaliczony.
No jak dajesz na cywilizację swoją sympatią, to jest chyba jakieś 10% na zespołu na paniku dziecka. A jak osiągniesz VIP 1, możesz być nazywałam dzieci jak sąsiady. Nazywałam dzieci jak bohaterów z Akwaparu. A teraz nazywam dzieci jak antycznych bohaterów. Nie wiem, co to jest. No matko, w sumie. I czekam, aż będę miała w końcu. Aha, i będę miała w końcu milion z tej czekam, aż osiągnę level informacji z moją sympatią 1000 i zacznę jeszcze być w granie. O, ty wiesz, takie rzeczy no też, ale przecież nie złamałam.
Na wychodzie opowiadam, że to co oni mówili, że jest tam dużo niestety to nieprawda, to jest dobra, że on jest bardzo
Nie, słupek były jakby na tyle właśnie sympatii i
Automatyka w sensie. Czyli płynie ci woda, występ piec. Fajnie. Równanie różniczkowe.
I teraz poczekam, aż będzie się kończył event. I wtedy też sobie dojdzie.
Kresy charakterystyczne. Wszystko w decibelach.
A jeszcze
be seated. As we are on a tight schedule, I would like to ask everyone to award each of our honorable guests with short, but nevertheless vigorous round of applause. I'm honored to welcome His Magnificence the Rector, Professor Krzysztof Wilde. Our esteemed Vice Rectors, Professor Dariusz Mikielewicz, Vice Rector for Research, Professor Barbara Wikieł, Vice Rector for Student Experience, Professor Justyna Kucińska-Lipka, Vice Rector for Development. Please welcome former Rector and Ombudsman for Academic Rights and Values, Professor Janusz Rachoń. Please welcome Professor Michał Pikuła, who is representing Professor Michał Żmijewski, Vice Rector for Science at Medical University at Gdansk. Director of Industrial Doctoral School at Gdansk University of Technology, Professor Krugman-Radziemska. Director of Doctoral School at Gdansk University of Technology, Professor Robert Jankowski. Deputies of Doctoral School Director, Professor Ewa Lechman and Professor Maciej Bagiński. Please give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Professor Lucyna Woźniak, Vice Rector for Science and International Cooperation at Medical University of Łódź. Professor is joining us online today. Please welcome Chancellor Mr. Mariusz Miller. I would like to welcome our honorable members of the Senate, Chairwoman and Chairman of Discipline Councils, members of Doctoral School Council, coordinators of discipline groups, and supervisors. It is with great pleasure to welcome our dear friends, Mr. Sebastian Barczek, Chairman of Doctoral Student Self-Government at Gdańsk University, Mr. Tomasz Michulski, Deputy Chairman of Doctoral Students Self-Government at Medical University of Gdańsk, Mr. Marcin Jasiukowicz of Gdańsk Tech Union, Students Union, sorry. Please welcome President of Gdańsk Tech Alumni Association, Dr. Jerzy Świniański, Head of Young Researchers Office, Dr. Agnieszka Lędzion, employees of Students Affairs Office, especially Anna Klimczyk, Karolina Stasińska, Marta Judek, and Anna Sabora. Please welcome employees of Doctoral Student School at Gdańsk University of Technology. And last, but definitely not least, all the PhD students at Gdańsk University of Technology. My name is Ignacy Rogoń, and today I have the honor of being your host. Now I would like to ask His Magnificence the Rector to officially open second PhD Open at Gdańsk Tech.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, and most of all you, candidates for PhD study, welcome here at the University of Gdansk. But I want to remind you that we are in the city of Gdansk. This is a city of solidarity, city of freedom, city of stubborn people who know how to achieve their goals. So this is the background that also constitutes and make our university. This university has exactly 120 years old. It is 120 years old. This is just the year of anniversary, so we are just completing the year that constitutes and shows the power of the university after 120 years history. And I am so glad that you are coming to this university and you will be a member of the community of Gdańsk Tech. Ignacy Rogoń, he gave me only 5 minutes You know, he's a tough guy. He doesn't want people to speak too long. So I will stress only two elements which I think are important in the work of the PhD student, PhD candidate. So first of all, in technology, there are no individual works. We are always working as a team. We always work as a group. So please cooperate. Please be open to cooperation, because that's where the most important, most interesting things come up. Isaac Newton said, I will paraphrase his words, they will not be exactly as he said, but the meaning is that I can see further and I can do more because I am standing on the shoulders of the giants. And those giants are professors, those giants is your supervisor, these giants are mates at your research group. So please use the people, please cooperate, be open, be brave, do together in a group. And the other thing is, I said I will stress only 2 points, this is the second point, I'm almost done. Yes? You know, most of you will do very narrow, very precise, address very precise scientific problem. But this problem is for the bigger purpose. Please always remember that we work here for the society, we work for other people. So we must always remember, always look further, that we are doing something for the world, something to make it better. Never forget this. And if you think about how to work in your scientific environment, never stress the thing that you must publish a paper. Paper is just the effect of your solution of the problem, effect of the teamwork, effect of something that you do together. This is not the main point to make a paper. The main point is to solve some problem together with a team. Of course, you must write papers. This is not that you will never write papers again after you're listening to the rector. You must write papers, but this is not the main thing. The main thing is to make the world better. Please think globally, act locally, and you will have a very nice, pleasant time here in Gdansk. Welcome from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Today, we celebrate the beginning of a new academic year by welcoming our youngest colleagues as doctoral candidates. It is our duty to make them feel at home, to help them and guide them when needed. United, we stand, and together, we bring glory to our great university and science. Let us welcome the best PhD students of this year's recruitment with loud applause. Paulina Chobot, Wojciech Łach, Marta Marszewska, Oksana Diakun, Kajetan Zielonacki, Imian Sudzitamiko, Dagni Wesolowska, Jakub Czubek, Samuel Madziamo, Gunwa Sach, Sultan Denboba, Solomon Adimas, Damian Baksalary, Przemysław Dybowski, and Monika Butowska. I would like to ask Vice Rector for Science, Professor Dariusz Mikielewicz, to read the oath.
Please all stand up. And I would like doctoral students to repeat after me the words of the oath, and they are probably also displayed behind me. Upon joining the community of doctoral students of Gdansk University of Technology, I take a solemn oath to
Upon joining the community of doctoral students of Gdansk University of Technology, I take a solemn oath to
persevere in acquiring knowledge and skills and train my mind and character with a view to creative and responsible professional work.
persevere in acquiring knowledge and skills and train my mind and character with a view to creative and responsible professional work.
Comply with the study rules, the doctoral school rules, and the academic tradition.
Comply with the study rules, the doctoral school rules, and the academic tradition.
Act with dignity and honesty, and bear in mind the good name of Gdansk University of Technology.
Act with dignity and honesty, and bear in mind the good name of Gdansk University of Technology.
And I would like the Rector to perform the matriculation act. much.
Please be seated. Honorable Rectors, thank you for the ceremonial matriculation. It surely will be remembered by our wonderful PhD candidates for years to come. Now, I have the utmost pleasure to introduce Professor Lucyna Woźniak. Professor is a graduate of Technical University of Łódź. She obtained her PhD and habilitation at Polish Academy of Sciences at Center for Molecular and Macromolecular Research in Łódź. After her PhD studies, she spent 2 years at King's College London as postdoctoral fellow in the team of Professor Colin Rees. Since 2012, she has been a vice rector for science and international cooperation at Medical University of Łódź. Among distinguished bodies, Professor Woźniak is a chairman of the Łukasiewicz Research Network Board. Professor, the floor is yours.
Jestem, panie Łukaszu, dzień dobry. Już jestem, dziękuję, już się włączam. Dzień dobry, jestem na linii. Czy w związku z tym możemy zaczynać?
Tak, pani profesor, możemy już zaczynać.
Tak, można już? Jestem u państwa. Jeśli tak, to ja w takim razie rozpoczynam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you from the Medical University campus in Łódź. I welcome you together with Adam, one of heroes of our murals at the Medical University. And let me start my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you today and to discuss with you, to talk about internationalization of doctoral schools, which in my opinion, but also in opinion of people from your university who were so kind and invited me, this is one of the major challenges of not only doctoral schools, but our universities for the coming years. To go directly to my presentation, I would like just to show you what I'm going to talk about. It's going to be about, as I said, internationalization, which in my opinion is almost equal to the academic and students' mobility in general. This increasing mobility is an important step to internationalization. So why it is so important? Who can and should participate? When it is important to start and where to go? The choice of the institution of collaboration, the choice institution of mobility as one of the factors of successful internationalization. Of course, the question is about beneficiaries. Who are the beneficiaries of internationalization and of mobility? then we will focus on potential partners, on proper choice of institutions we want to collaborate with, either these are academic institutions, university or research centers, or these are companies of global, European or local activity, NGOs or institutions managing research and innovation in Europe, including official institutions operating in Brussels under umbrella of the European Commission. To finish, to complete my presentation, I will discuss two case studies, one individual so-called successful track, and the second one, which in fact is institutional approach to internationalization, which we used to have at our university. But to start properly, it's probably important to present some definitions because it is crucial to verify proper tracks and proper approaches, efficient approaches to internationalization and selection of the institutions we want to operate with. So academic mobility refers to students and academic teachers in higher education who want to move to another institution, whether this institution is inside or outside their own country, it doesn't matter, but they do it to study or teach for a limited time. In Europe, these mobility tracks are quite well regulated by the Bologna process, which covers the European higher education area. We can think about mobility arranged in two ways. So mobile students or researchers can be divided into generally two groups. The first one, these are free movers. These are students who travel on their own initiative. Usually this initiative is connected with the previous contacts with the European or just foreign partners, collaborators, research collaborators of the research groups we are involved, or these are initiatives of the bilateral exchange between research groups. The other group, which is much more structured, covers program students who use exchange programs offered by different institutions on national or international level. One of these most famous and successful programs are connected with the European Commission activity within frameworks such as Erasmus or operating currently Erasmus+, offering not only mobility and exchange for students, but also for researchers and administrative staff. So this is a very broad and very successful program under auspices of Horizon Europe currently. But Parallelly, there are several other institutions offering exchange, like Fulbright, opening possibilities in the United States, Nord Plus, covering mostly Nordic countries, Scandinavia and Denmark, and DAD for Germany, or Stockholm Institute offering a possibility of exchange with Sweden. In Poland, the most important institutions for these structured exchange programs is National Agency of Academic Exchange, called NAWA in Polish, and she also offers the increasing amount of programs and schemes for exchange between Polish institutions and institutions around the world, including, of course, the EU, but also other foreign countries like the United States. It is worth mentioning also that post-COVID approach offers also virtual mobility under Erasmus exchange program. This virtual mobility or virtual Erasmus can be efficiently used for exchange of students with different countries without leaving their parent institutions. I strongly recommend this as the first step to start contacts with new institutions, with new groups and new individuals, just to settle next stages of collaboration. Collaboration, if we expect it to be effective for all beneficiaries, it means for individuals who participate, for institutions where they come from, and the institutions where they go to, so the hosting institutions. This collaboration has to be prepared on rational basis. If so, it's good to know where we are as a country, what are the major gaps, where we can find our niche for collaboration, where is the position of Poland in the European research area, because this is the major area of our activity and exchange and mobility. So I would recommend you as a very good compressed pill about the current state of education, research and innovation in Europe. This is a document which is created by the European Commission, and it's called European Innovation Scoreboard. As you can see, this document is updated every year. So you can find not only data about the position of different institutions in Europe and different countries in Europe in comparison with other countries, but we can also look at the dynamics of the changes in the ranking. As you can see from this slide, unfortunately, our country this year is ranked 27. It means that we are farther far, far away from the top innovative countries. We are at the end of the tail. But there are some important information also that can be purchased from these analyses. First of all, a very optimistic one is these two blue criteria, which in fact give us information about relatively high position of our academic education, primary and secondary, bachelor and master courses at Polish universities, locate us on the top of the list of the European countries. So we get good basis for the doctoral studies and for further education in doctoral schools. However, if you look at the weak parts of this informative chart, you can see that one of the weakest in education weakest fragments of our education is tertiary education, PhD, but mostly because of quite small amount of students who are involved in this education. So it's not the quality of this education, but rather the very low group of students continuing doctoral education. Yet another important critical factor demonstrated in this chart is very low participation of foreign doctorate students as a part as a ratio to all doctoral students. So the information that we have here gives us a very important signal to increase the international activity of doctoral schools. How we can do this and where we should go to be effective, let's come to some next data which show that we have in Europe several gaps, and these gaps are presented here. The material I'm showing you is presented by the Czech Institute of Strategic International Studies and was prepared for the conference I attended last year in Prague, dedicated to internationalization. Several factors were put for the discussion. The first one was the analysis of the population in a regional, on the regional basis, so not on Polish, but on the regional educations, and divided into new European countries and so-called old member state countries. And if you compare a population, it is a ratio of new to old member states countries 1:3. If the ratio is changing and the increasing number is appearing on the side of old member states, it means that the gap increases. And this gap is presented here the most dramatically in the contribution of new European new member states in Horizon Europe programs. So we as the region, as the EU13, consume 4 times less funds than per capita than the old member states countries. So there is space to improve. There is space to improve the amount of researchers. There is space to improve the number of participations, but very important, deep involvement in participation in the European project, so to be more and more active players within these programs. Continuing the question, what are important directions and where we can access success in our mobility, in our internationalization. Let me again come to some data that were published recently, and they demonstrate that there are specific, significant directions of international mobility. These directions are in generally 3. One of them for us very important. These are old member states with their infrastructure, and these are directions mostly from Europe, but also from China, but also from the States, but very limited. So institutions in the European education and research area are a very good places for our mobility pattern, because they are efficient and we can reach the goals we want to reach. There is also one important factor that can be acknowledged. In Europe, major flow between the advanced countries, this is transborder activity, research activity, and education activity. You can see that we have one of the major directions is Germany to Austria, is Germany to Netherlands, or Slovakia to Czech Republic. So institutions and individuals use facilities and build up collaboration on the neighborhood. It's cheaper, more efficient, less time consuming, therefore much more goals can be accessed in a simple way. It's also important to think that for individuals it's also easier, especially if we think about long-term collaboration, long-term scholarships. It's easier to commute, it's easier to be in direct touch with families, with institutions, with people. So mobility has to be designed and organized in a rational way. Of course, some of these directions are much more attractive. Everybody would love to go to Harvard, to MIT, or to Caltech, but when you start thinking about internationalization, when you start thinking about building your own network, please consider results of this survey, because they recommend to start closer and more efficient. However, if you want to follow to monitor the possibility of collaboration, I think there is a great opportunity if you go to the website of Holon IQ project, which monitors global flow of students' mobility. If you go to this website, unfortunately, I think now it will not work with this presentation, but you can find interactive page where you can see the flow from different countries. Here on the top, there is Poland, European countries, and other directions in Asia, Australia, or both Americas, excluding United States and Canada. So for those of you who want to see where we are currently, what is the major direction, what are interesting places for other institutions, for other nationalities, please go to this Holon IQ website where these data are available. Whether we decide to start collaboration with academia or with multinational enterprises or global institutions, it is quite interesting to go again to data and to see where we are, who are our neighbors in Europe, what can they offer to us. Here you can see that unfortunately within Europe, major global innovation players, global companies investing in innovation, and these institutions also obviously are interested in international collaboration, in getting smart students, in getting active researchers for collaboration. All of them are located in old member states. The only institution, the only global company that has real research and innovation laboratories offering scholarships and collaboration with academic institutions. This is GE Health in Budapest. The rest of new European countries, but also some of the South Europe countries, they don't have these opportunities. So if you think about starting collaboration, starting exchange, building network with the industry, or you are industrially focused, you have to think about seeking for partners in the countries demonstrated here. You can see also that the location of these countries is quite well correlated with GPT per person in these countries. and the strongest are Germany, UK, and France, but also very important companies are located, especially for life sciences, for health, are located in Scandinavian, in Sweden and Finland. Having this in mind, one can choose the track leading through the European projects, and unfortunately, again, the distribution of activity, the distribution also of funds, and it means the distribution of possibilities is similar as the previous one. So the stronger partners for us should come from Germany, from France, but also from Spain, and there is a new player here. This is Portugal, where you can identify a possibility for collaboration. Saying all of these general statements, I would like to show you two cases, and as I said, one of them, it is individual success. This is success of Dr. Karolina Czarnecka, who yesterday completed successfully her habilitation process. So Dr. Karolina Czarnecka is now a doctor with habilitation, is independent researchers from yesterday at our university. But you could see how nicely her career has been structured and was based on collaboration. Karolina is very open-minded and was interested in several projects which were definitely interdisciplinary. For that, she found collaborators in which very early at the beginning of her PhD thesis collaborated with one of the institutes of Polish Academy of Sciences. If this was not enough, if when she needed and required some new skills and the use of new methods and new infrastructure, she started collaboration with both Technical University and the University of Warsaw, and completed her PhD thesis, also starting collaboration with one of institutes in Barcelona. And this beginning was her individual activity. So she freelanced the institute, started collaboration with them at the level of PhD thesis. By that time, being very active and seeking for other activities, she was awarded with 500 Innovators Scholarship to Stanford. From here, she joined the club of 500 innovators, which is a very effective network of people who completed this program and built up a network. And with that, she applied for Maria Skłodowska-Curie. She applied successfully, but this time in collaboration with company, because during development of her project, she decided to shift a bit toward research and innovation, and wanted to have her research applied. So after getting this this scholarship under auspices of Marie Skłodowska-Curie. She built up a very strong network of collaborators, of people with whom she contacts on everyday exchange way. In the lab, in the department she works, usually 2 or 3 people are staying for short term exchange. So she is systematically and regularly building up her network of collaborators. She builds trust, she increases her visibility, and this led her to the quite important participation in the European project from Horizon Europe, where she is a leader of one of work packages. So this is the track of internationalization. Internationalization on the individual level, on the institutional level, that is important for both sides. And the last example, which I think can be also a very good approach and very efficient approach to increase this networking, institutional networking of institutions involved in PhD school PhD schools activity. This is EIT Health Aging PhD School, which we built up within EIT Health, one of the consortia of knowledge and innovation nodes, where we participate actively for several years. And as you can see, the participation in multinational pan-European consortia like this one allowed our university to be a partner of this PhD aging school, which in fact gave opportunities for our PhD students to attend this program of the school, and students from several institutes in Europe, including the University of Coimbra, Imperial College, Newcastle, University in Ireland, in Portugal, to participate in this project. Each of the universities prepares the program offered to the other ones. We are responsible for metabolomics and structural biology courses within the school. And again, this is the example where beneficiaries are located on each level, individual for PhD students. Every year, in every edition, at least 2 or 3 students from our university, PhD school, international PhD school, were involved. We, as lecturers, started networking with many universities and also companies around Europe to build up our extra portfolio of courses offered in all of these participants' schools for their regular activity, and building a network of PhD schools, which is very important for increasing internationalization. I think that my time is almost done. So I would like to conclude and to summarize some outcomes which I find important for really efficient internationalization on the institutional level and mobility networks on individuals levels, which can be probably interesting for you. Let me put this almost 10 commandments, which I would like to summarize, just demonstrating them. First of all, cultivate intellectual curiosity. Curiosity-based activity, either national or international, is the most effective. When you start it, engage in international mobility as early as possible. Try to use all opportunities to taste this international mobility, to enjoy it as early as possible, as student, as young researcher, and as a person who wants to know more about the entire world. Be proactively participate in global mobility, both in education, but also in research networks and innovation networks. These three elements are these days creating the major goal of the European activity in this field. Actively involve in these programs because they bridge education, research, and foster cross-border collaboration. Don't start from looking for partners from New Zealand, although it's very attractive, or Australia. Think locally and globally. Cross-border collaboration can be effective, can be fast, can be cheap, and does not need huge spends for traveling and a lot of time. Develop and maintain long-term professional network opportunities. Don't use them only for one individual exchange. Try to build on them and develop this network. They build trust, they make then they increase your visibility, and capitalize on both short and long-term exchanges. Think about spreading them, about involving other colleagues, other collaborators to build up networks. Leverage exchange experiences to strengthen your position not only as researcher but also potentially on the global job market, which is one global market. It is important to be there from the very beginning. Embrace the benefits of working in international ecosystem. Each new place, each new institution, new research group can enrich your potential, your skills, change your point of view, demonstrate new approach, which is very important. Having this, participating in this multicultural research environment usually fosters creativity, enriches your academic journey. And the 10th, but very important one, collaborate in publishing your research. It is known that papers with multi-institutional background are more visible, are so having more citations and build up your visibility. I think that with this I can slowly go to the end my presentation, and I want to thank you very much for your invitation once again. And I want to say that any questions or discussions, if you have, you can always contact me. And Eva from other mural from our campus is also open for collaboration and is also open to share the knowledge we have at the Medical University of Łódź. Thank you very much for your participation in this lecture. I wish you all the best for the new year. A lot of fantastic international contacts, starting new contacts, continuing and enriching the existing one. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Professor, for this inspiring lecture. Now I would like to invite everyone for a short coffee break. Afterwards, we will rejoin for a discussion panel entitled Opportunities During the PhD. During this time, we will speak of actual programs which are available for PhD students. Now, please rise.
Politechnika.
Nie mam pojęcia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to Rangel Canasia, who will be conducting the discussion panel Opportunities During the PhD. Rangel, floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Dzień dobry. I ask for your kind attention as today's discussion will probably alter the course of our PhD. And as Ignacio said, we will be discussing about the opportunities during the PhD. So, once upon a time, before our PhD programs, we have decided that we are going to pursue an education that represented the highest levels. And at some point, maybe most of us, or some of us, have decided that we will be PhD students who are distinct from the others. Well, today's discussion will give us tools to achieve that goal. And who best to invite with us here than experts in their own right? So let me introduce, and it's my honor to introduce our guests for this discussion panel. From the left, we have the head of the IDUB office at the Gdansk, Dr. Engineer Monica Wieczerczak. Please, a round of applause. Next, we have a board member of the Eurodoc, and she is also a member of the International Cooperation Representative, she is, of the Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates. She is Ms. Aleksandra Lewandowska. Next, we have the Deputy Director for the Development and Internationalization. He is a recipient of multiple projects as well. He is Doctor in Philosophy, Doctor of Science, and Engineer, Professor Maciej Baginski. Please, a round of applause. Last but not the least, we have a recipient of the Sonata and Preludium National Science Center, NCN programs, and Smart Growth Operational Program from the European Union. Please help me welcome Dr. Engineer Karolina Cisewska. So, as earlier I discussed that, or I said that, especially for PhD students, for us to listen, because later we will be allowed to ask questions about the opportunities that we can get during the PhD program, okay? So please, listen and kind attention, and thank you very much for that in advance. So my first question to the panelists is, or should I say a task, is to please introduce yourself in a more in-depth manner and include your activities, advocacies, and experiences relating to the opportunities during PhD.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. So I'm Karolina. So currently I'm working in the Faculty of Electronics, Telecommunications and Informatics in the Department of Functional Materials Engineering. So I would like to shortly describe you my way, my science way, let's say, here. So I started my study like a bachelor and some master here. So what I thought during this study that I have to, first of all, learn English very well, so go abroad, study abroad. That's why I did my master thesis in Germany. And there I finished my master's. So then I come back to the Faculty of Electronics and I started my PhD there. So I have the idea, yes, from my German stay. So I have the idea of the science, so it was my own idea. That's why I can develop it more. I started the PhD like 1 year, and on the second year I thought, okay, I have to make some collaborations and maybe go somewhere else. So I did one internship in Belgium. In Vrije University in Brussels. I worked there for several months, then I come back, then I decide, okay, I will go one more time, and then of course, I have the proposition and I decide that I will finish my PhD in Belgium. So I finish, of course, meantime, I'm applying for the grant, so we will talk about this later, yes, so that's why I can get them, I have the money, so I can do my science, really my science, and after after coming back from the Belgium, I started to applying for the project. So mainly I'm working in science, and currently I'm a PI of the two projects, European one and the national one. And I think for this question, I think that's all. And later I will give you, I hope, I will give you some personal advice based on experience, what you can do to really become distinguished, like you said.
Thank you very much for that information, Dr. Carolina. We will definitely extract a lot of information from you. Dr. Mache.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. As you can see, I am not a young researcher, no longer, and my track record is quite long. But I think that if you are going to see this CV or kind of presentation, you will see a lot of these collaborations and international contacts and networks. When I was a student at this university, it was completely different time. It was even before this Iron Curtain was destroyed. Yes? So, but anyway, I decided to go to Warsaw for 1 year training at University of Warsaw, and it was possible. And it was actually quite difficult because at that time there were no any support. So I had to teach, to give private lessons of chemistry in order to get some money and so on. But after this 1 year, it was possible to come back and to have here to start PhD. It was different time concerning the also organization. It was not a typical, like we have now, one doctoral school, but there were doctoral studies at faculties. And during that time, Poland was open, started to be open to other countries, and it was possible to visit Italy, actually Ancona University, and I was there at least 3 times, each time several months. It was possible to collaborate, and for instance, for me, it was a great actual opportunity because I started to use supercomputers. At that time, people in Poland, they couldn't afford this, yes? And after that, when I completed PhD, I wanted also, like my colleague here, she wanted to go for somewhere, and I wanted also to go for a postdoc, and I applied for Fulbright. This was actually mentioned on the slide, one of the slides, and I went as a Fulbright to San Diego University to very, very good group. And actually, this was the next step in the career because I brought a lot of experience back here. I started to do my research, and I received also some grants. I was participated in grants which were actually run by my former supervisor, but also I started to have my own. And this was also I would say, experience from abroad and also new achievements here allowed me, for instance, to become an expert at European Commission level. I have been working for European Commission evaluating different projects last 21 years. And every year is more and more different activities, but also here. So for instance, if you have in CV Fulbright or I don't know any other kind of good fellowship, it will help you later to make next steps in your career and so on. Also, for instance, sometimes in different borders, organizations and at your university or in your country and so on. Also, it is important later to have young people. I built a group. I have promoted altogether 10 PhD students, and just believe me or not, my last PhD student, after more or less 5 years of study, he has published 18 papers, and another person 12, and so on. So you see, it is if you have a good group, you have take care about these people, you have to organize money, laboratory, equipment, and so on and so on. If you have a nice subject, and you can follow. So this is kind of career which is in academia, and of course this is kind of possibility which is in Poland normal. Of course, we don't have enough money like you can see in other countries. It was presented also during the lecture that they have much bigger, let's say, amount of money. So of course they have bigger groups, they have better equipment and so on and so on, but it doesn't matter. Here you can, in many areas, you can really have very ambitious goals and plans and so on. So try to have this opportunity. We will later talk about that. The only thing, we have now quite a lot of programs to support young students, young PhD students, to go for different exchanges, internships, shorter, even up to 6 months and so on. We will later we will talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Maciej. And I hope that we will get your resilience or a portion of it after this discussion. Next we have Miss Ola.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra. Professor mentioned that he is not a young scientist anymore. That is why in Europe we are not using the name of the young scientists, but early career researchers. And we avoid the exclusion through that. I am finishing my PhD thesis right now, so I may be the one which are the closest to your feelings concerning PhD program. I'm doing my PhD at the University of Białystok in social sciences. I also work there in a faculty of education. I graduated from criminology when actually my journey with the internationalization started, because I got a half-year, 1 semester PhD program I spent in a school of criminology and criminal justice in United States, in Boston. And then I started to combining the subjects of neuroscience and criminology. So, you know, this very popular, like, that's how the criminal brains works. Then I naturally moved to to extend my research by doing a PhD. In parallel to doing my PhD, I started my second major, which is psychology, with specialization of cognitive science. And during the PhD, I started my activity in self-governmental areas, such as Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates and European Council of Junior Research, Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers, because when you're doing more and more steps, you see that it's not about only making science, but the science needs to work somehow. And that's why self-governmental activities are needed.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ola. Dr. Monica?
Is it working? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's not working? Okay, thank you. Yes. So thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity. So right now I'm working in administration, in Gdansk administration, but long time ago, or maybe not that long, I was also a PhD student. I was a student of Gdansk Tech, so I started my career here. So in many ways, I know the path that you are undertaking right now. Of course, times are changing, but I know the struggle how to be a PhD student on this university. So right now, I'm going to talk about a little bit about the EDU program. I don't know if many of you know something about this program. For those who know something, it's going to be a reminder. For those who don't know, it's going to be a new knowledge. So in 2020, our ministry awarded 10 of the universities, the most prestigious universities also technology universities, additional subsidy. So we as a university were awarded about 200 million. And those funds, in many ways, are awarded to our researchers, but also our PhD students. So you can acquire in our programs some additional funds for scholarships, for grants, and etc. So I will talk about it later, how you can acquire it. In some programs you can apply, and in some kind of programs you can also be a beneficiary, for example, working with the researcher that acquire a grant in our programs.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Monica. And I know we touched a little bit about the topic with Professor Maciej mentioned, but I would like to focus more on the question so that we have more squeezing out the why. Why should anyone ever consider opportunities during the PhD instead of just the typical PhD program and stipends? Why is it important? Why should we do this? And whoever wants to answer first.
Okay, thanks. When I was thinking about this, so of course there will be the people that will do basic science, they will do PhD, they will work somewhere or teach, and they will be happy, and it's okay. Yes, not everyone has to be like very ambitious, but I will try to tell you how much road is open for you when you really try to do something else. So not only let's say sitting or working what your supervisors say, and of course, at the beginning, yes, you have to learn, and of course you have to listen to them, yes, to do it properly. But very important is that you will think, you will motivate yourself, like propose something from your side, yes. But to propose, you have to do something more, yes? So in meantime, maybe do additional research, yes? Or maybe try to get projects, yes? Applying for example, Preludium, yes? This is like really the, instead of our university project. So there are different stipends, yes? All of these, it's like you make your CV bigger and bigger, and your experience, yes? So from my side, and especially now, because like also Professor Maciej said, that every year it's something changing, and now there are many possibilities, and I also see this, yes, that during my study, of course, it was much more than, for example, than yours. But in your case, there is really so much that I would be very happy if I can use this during my PhD. So applying, there are a lot of stipends, yes. So one side you have additional money, yes, but second side you can work with the people from all over the world, yes. So these discussions, conversations, meetings, they are, I think, the most important. Of course, hard working, really. Yes, this is important, and also. From my side, that I really want, like I told you, to go abroad, yes, to study in another team. So when you work in another team, you can see different ways to solve the problem or another ideas. You can connect this. Then you have like, oh yes, I can use this idea, yes. You can see something else, and you gain and gain your experience, and discuss with different people who are really experienced, yes. So so I'm telling you some, let's say, true story. So I really try to hard work, but I was like really ambitious, so I really like. So you have to also, what is important, I think that you really like doing the science, because it's not a typical work, I would say. So if you really like and you were looking for something else, it will be very important for your career. So I really try to hard working and applying for some. So you, it's important that you don't scare. I mean, of course, that you don't have a big experience. So I have also like this, like now, yes? So like 2 years ago, I was afraid to, I don't know, I have like international meetings on the project, and I was, oh my God, I wasn't so sure about me. But after some discussion, it was better and better. So don't scare, and ask people if you want something, if you need something, just go and ask. If they even be nervous, don't worry, just ask, and finally you will get what you want. So yes.
Thank you for that, Dr. Carolina. And yes, I think that we all agree, or maybe the seniors can agree with me when I say that you really have to like the PhD. And I was just working on the dissertation these past few weeks, and a lot of my hair was falling. But anyway, let's. Any other insights from our guests?
I may say, continuing your, if you want something, express yourself. Yes. So this is actually, and one thing is very important. Maybe continuing this actually presentation, that when you are a PhD, you already are individual, because not many people are doing this, yes? So you are eager to have extra knowledge, extra possibilities, and so on. So, but everything what is in front of you, all these possibilities, especially now, there are so many different possibilities that you have to think and you have to make a plan. Not take everything randomly, because it will not be any output which will be correlated and focused on something. So if you have a subject of your PhD, you should, of course, focus on that subject. And at the beginning, especially when you are at the first year, you are going probably to learn a lot of methodology, and to read literature and so on. But after a certain time, it was actually in my group when I was a postdoc, it was actually a recommendation from our boss, take also a second project, which will be a side project. Try to be involved in something else, because then you will have maybe more papers, you will have more experience, and so on. Of course, this depends what kind of discipline it is, yes, because sometimes this extra project, it needs extra money and so on, so it is not always possible, but you have knowledge about that, about your group after 1 year or something like that, you are quite prepared to be involved in something else. All kind of, let's say, internships and some kind of international visits. Of course, it is very important. There are two aspects. First, you may broaden your experience in research, new technology, new equipment, and so on and so on. But also all these so-called transferable skills, what actually it was already mentioned, that the way how the group is run, the way how people presenting results, the way, for instance, how everything is organized, and so on and so on. This kind of information you can't read from any paper. So because papers, if you read articles, scientific articles, they are very similar concerning the writing. But what is behind, how it was obtained, how the group should work in order to have these results. This is something which is not written in the paper, in any paper, but then you can learn from, and you can later, when you, for instance, have more experience, you may use it in your practice at home, let's say. There is also one important thing, because as you can imagine, not all, I would say maybe 30%, maybe less, people will stay in academia. Most of PhD doctors after graduation, after defense, they are looking for work in industry. We are at technical university, so we are talking more about industry, like real industry. But this kind of industry and your experience, it is usually a research and development units. And this is very different country to country, because some people will go somewhere after their PhD as a postdoc. They may later look for something over there, maybe in another country even, and so on. So people with PhD, they are looking for jobs everywhere. It's absolute. If you have PhD degree and you have education in many fields, you may apply for work in Warsaw, in Gdansk, or in San Francisco, and you may get it, depending what is your field of research and your papers. I will give you one example. My former PhD student, she was as a student of master degree from mathematics and physics. She came to chemistry, and she was doing some kind of molecular modeling, simulations, and so on. She was prepared from this physical and mathematics informatic part. She learned chemistry and biochemistry and this stuff. And later after, she decided to go to work in industry, and she was applying for position in Boeing, which is in Gdynia. The company is producing airplanes. And there was interview, and first approach, she succeeded. And I was asking her how it was and what was the major, I would say, element which decided that you were actually positively evaluated. There was, in this committee and at this interview, there was an American guy, because it's an American company. Everything was in English, but this was not a problem for her. And he said, because you are the first co-author in the Journal of American Chemical Society, which is very highly ranked journal, here you can manage also. Yeah? So this was the answer. Yes? So you can imagine that this is something like even think you can't expect that this is so important, but for some people, if you say, okay, I have published something like that, or I was there at internship, or let's say I was involved in that project, all these things may decide that, okay, if you are so good to be there, you can be also on board in our company. So you have to think about plan, a road, take all opportunities, but of course you have to also measure your time, because you can't do everything. And at every step, if you are trying to make next one, there must be kind of I would say, a solid output, which you can show somebody. You can talk about that. And so for instance, supervisor from Warsaw was saying, step by step is the fastest way. So don't jump sometimes, yes? Of course, there are sometimes much clever people, genius people, yes? They jump. But this is maybe less than 0.1%. So the general advice is just step by step. Yes, but of course there are some people who are doing completely different way. They are genius people, but this is kind of a situation which is actually there are no rules. Yes, so we are not talking about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Maciej. And no, both of the two guests told us that it is important to pursue the opportunities, because it will give us a new horizon, a new perspective of solving a problem, and also give us ideas on how the others are also performing. And maybe while we are pursuing the opportunities, we will be under supervision of some professors with good wisdom who will teach us how to be even more productive, and we usually catch it. Any other insights about why we should pursue further additional opportunities?
Maybe it's going to be hard, but I think also the important thing is that you're going to maybe regret it later, and a little bit of the insight. My story, because I'm a chemist, and if you can imagine, it's many hours in the laboratory spent there, especially when you are a chemist working in a field a little bit of biology. So, and in my time, it wasn't that common to go abroad. Yes, you collaborated with other researchers from other countries, but it wasn't common to go there, to go to the country that researcher you are working with. And some of my friends went to, for example, Spain, for example, to Austria, yes, and Finland, and etc. And they were very, very glad to meet this researcher face to face. And I was thinking, oh my God, I have so many things to do, so many research to do. So I'm not going to finish my PhD in time. And in the end, I didn't go abroad. And in the end, I didn't finish my PhD on time. So I didn't took many opportunities that I could take, and I regret it to this day, really. So like Professor said, you have to be focused, yes, but this is the best time to take most the opportunity you can take. Yes, you have to be picky, you have to be focused, make a plan, etc. But remember that it's gonna be, this is the best time. You have the most energy, you have the most time, you don't have so many obligations, and etc. So do it as you can. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Monica. And I think I can resonate with the fact that we should apply for opportunities so that we don't regret. We have lots of opportunities in PG, and at some opportunities, I would ask myself, should I apply? Should I even apply? I think I will fail. But there's no way of finding that out unless I apply. So it's better to apply and fail than don't apply and never know whether you'll fail or not. But anyway, we will proceed to more details about the kind of opportunities that we can get actually in our PhD program. And I'd like to ask Ms. Ola to give us insights, particularly in Eurodoc and all the exposures you have been. Tell us about the opportunities that we can get.
So just 30 seconds on the previous question, because we moved naturally from why to how. And the important thing why you should do that is because it broadens your perspective. And you should have a feeling like, why should I broaden my perspective? I don't need to think other way. I just need to finish my project and that's it. But you are become very competitive on the job market when you are thinking differently, because you are starting doing things differently. And if you want to be distinguished person on the job market, you need to do things differently. And going back to the Eurodoc. Eurodoc is an umbrella association for 26 organizations from 24 countries, European countries, which advocates for the rights of PhD candidates and junior researchers. And their main vision and mission is to just fight for the better world to the early career researchers, right? So we are trying to find more effective funding opportunities for open science, for the research integrity, for the working conditions of the PhD of doctoral candidates, right? Because it's also the scheme of the working of the work of the PhDs across Europe are also different, and how we do that. So first is it's done by networking, right? So we facilitate the contact between the organization that represents PhDs and junior researchers across Europe, and then we are exchanges our experience, our ideas, what is happening in our countries regarding that, and then we can create some, let's say, suggestions for the suggestions or the statements for the policymakers, such as I don't know, European Commission, for example. So joining Eurodoc is a good way to connect with such organizations, such as European Commission, or even European Council, or European Research Council, or European Higher Education Area mentioned in the first lecture today. Which takes care about the Bologna process in Europe. But this is not the only way, because not everyone is interested in policy making, right? But the true work happens in Eurodoc in working groups. We have 6 working groups working on the topics such as mental health, artificial intelligence, open science, research integrity, scientific culture. So if you are doing a research or you are interested in these subjects, you can join this group and then make a work that is foundational for the work of Eurodoc, for the making future statements and suggestions to the policymakers. And that's how it works.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ola. So you know where to find information. If you're interested about Eurodoc, please approach Ms.
You can find the information at the website. So this is the easiest way. I mean, it's almost every organization. And please remember that you are not obliged to, if you want to sign up for a working group, you can just, the meetings are conducted online. So you can just come once, then if you don't like it, change the group. The working groups are also very open to your initiatives. So for example, if you don't like how the working group works, you can change it with your own ideas.
Thank you for your insights, Ms. Ola. And Dr. Monica, can you tell us about the IDU programs?
Like I told you at the beginning, it's a very big program that we acquire for the ministry, but some of the funds you can acquire yourself. So there are 2 scholarships, one for the PhD students of first year, and we're gonna start, now we are still under our regulations are under revision. So we're gonna start our program I think at the end of the year, in a few months. You can acquire their scholarship. There is another program, that one is called Polonium. The second one for the PhD students in first year. The second one is called Francium. You can see any information about it on our website. It's Research University, or in Polish, Uczelnia Badawcza. We also, when we start the call, we try to give you the information in many ways. So on our website, we also do mailing to you, and there's gonna be also a call advanced on the PhD website, and etc. Doctoral school also will announce the call. Another programs are, you can also apply. The programs are, for example, for implement your idea for your research. There are programs that you can, for example, you can, how to say it, there is a program that is connected with the startup school. The startup school will give you some kind of, for example, workshops, and there you can apply for a grant to make your idea about some kind of business or some kind of innovation true. There are programs for our researchers, but you can also be a beneficiary because you can also, for example, be a researcher in the PI project. So I will encourage you to go to our websites. You can email me. You will find the contact on our website. You can email to our main grant. And also, not only, remember, we are not only the one project that can find your needs. We also have another units in our department, in our university, sorry, where you can just write an email and ask if there are some, for example, opportunities for me to found our grants, for example, in our project management office and etc. They are not right here, but you can find it on the website of the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Monica. And for everyone, please always check the PG Doctoral School website and also the IDA programs website.
Yes, because if I may add, remember that opportunities are vast, but you have to also search for them.
Yes, thank you very much. So, Professor Maciej, there's a lot of information that we want to extract from you, particularly NAVA scholarships, GUT Beyond Borders, PG Go West, Fulbright programs. Tell us about them, Professor.
You know, everybody are talking about different possibilities, and it's true that they are, but some of them, like for instance, Polonium Fellowship, is quite easy to get because this is just a recommendation of your supervisor, especially the first year. But many other opportunities and fellowships and kind of money for support, they are competitive sources. So if it is like that, you have to present something, yes? And this means that you have first to see what are the conditions, because usually it is not the situation that you are, okay, I am applying, and you see the conditions and you have nothing really to present. I am talking about your CV, publications, achievements, other things, activities, and so on and so on. So you have to, in advance, to think about these opportunities, especially if this is a kind of action which lasts, let's say, a few years. So you have time. You can see something, let's say, 1 year in advance. There is also, for instance, important issue concerning PhD students, because at a certain time you will be doctors and not longer PhD students, and you would like to go somewhere, let's say, for a postdoc or for any kind of training somewhere in company and so on. And then you may expect that there will be, let's say, 20 applications, and your application will be just one of these 20s. So you have to work on your CV, you have to think in advance, and especially if you would like to get a prestigious, let's say, fellowship or, let's say, postdoc like Fulbright, or, for instance, Marie Curie Skłodowska fellowships of European Commission, which actually I evaluate concerning certain areas, and I know what is the competition. So, and for instance, some universities, they organize meetings and trainings, and how to prepare this in advance. What is the, let's say, the entry level? Yeah, because whatever you try to apply and so on, you have to be also, of course, if you don't apply, you don't get. That's normal. But on the other hand, you have to think, okay, that sometimes this, let's say, level, this threshold is too high for me, and if you are writing different applications for this kind of action without really knowledge about what is the success rate, what is the threshold, and so on, you are losing time. Yeah, so you have to be quite realistic, yes, and try to choose something. Polonium is not a big deal, yes, because you can apply, but in some other, especially outside, this is a real task to go through. So talk to your supervisors, talk to people, for instance, from doctoral school or from organizations here and so on. They will know, they will tell you what is the competition and so on. And I think that this is important to build your CV and to focus on certain areas and so on, because the exchange as such, I am talking not about fellowships, but money for exchange, sometimes it's not so difficult, yeah? But certain actions, they are also competitive. So you have to think, even in, let's say, you mentioned NAVA programs, and we have this kind of grant. There will be also PROM. PROM is the name of another project which our university received, and we start I think quite soon. But there will be a competition because we have always more applications than possibilities. So sometimes success rate is very high, it's true, but anyway, there's also people who are failing, yes, because this is normal if we have more applicants. So this is also important message for you. Try to get the information what you would like to do concerning this kind of activities in advance, to be prepared in advance what kind of requirements and thresholds and what is the competition and so on, in order to work on that and to have to be successful at the very late stage. Yes.
Thank you for those insights, Professor Maciej. And now we understand that before even applying for an opportunity, we need to find somehow the regulations and what it requires and where you measure up to when it comes to application, right? So if, for example, if a certain opportunity requires first author publication in Q1 without in a certain journals, then you'll need to, when the application process is still a distant away, few months away, maybe 1 year away, you have to aim for this publication back, because the publication process is very long. But anyway, I want to know, since we are already touching on the preparations needed, tell us, Dr. Carolina, about what are the preparations that you needed to do, and when is it the best time to apply for this NCN projects?
So I think that you should apply like from the beginning, but of course, like Professor Maciej said, you have to have something. So, but I suppose that if you are all in the PhD school, you already have some papers, one or more. So you have to just of course, start the work that you discuss with your supervisor, but also based on this, what you did, just think what you can do something more, how we can develop it in a more way, because writing the project, you have to have some experience in the field, yes? So if you're applying like in a totally different, alone, so it's hard. So for example, when I was finishing my my master, I have some topic in my head, yes? So I remember I have one paper, so I'm trying from the beginning. So with this one paper, I was applying for the Preludium from the first year, and of course, I was failed. So I was failed so many times. So I was failed one time. I was failed the second time, and also I have some failed not because of the, you have to remember that there are different situations, like for example we have here like our post didn't send the proposals, yes, to NCN, so it was rejected, so one more time, so I think at first time finally I got it, yes, so you have to be really like motivated and not said that, okay, success rate is like, yes, so the bigger is the prestige, I think the success rate is the lower, and especially now there is not a lot of money in NCN, for example, so also in some European, yes, so it is like, I don't know, 5% sometimes, yes, but don't think about this, but because why not you? Maybe you will get this, yes? So, but when I'm, for example, interviewing the people for my projects, what I see, it's very, you can see this very quickly, like if someone just working, doing what his boss said, and do the plan, or maybe he was thinking more, he was developing something more. We can see this immediately, yes? And if you want to be the person like that and later to have a work and even to start your company, yes? So just start from the beginning. Even I don't know exactly now about the competition of the Preludium, but I suppose that every year is worse and worse, so harder and harder, yes. So I don't know if with one paper it will be enough, but just try, yes. So what I can also told you that you should really know the topic and make this literature review to really put the novelty there, yes, so that is not only like a modification and a continuous of something, but really something new, yes, so depending also on the type of the project, you have to write it differently, yes, but I suppose there are some, I don't know, supervisors or maybe some office that can give you some advice on that, so I can also help you if you would like, but really don't think that, oh, I have a lot of time, because really you will see that now you're starting, but soon it will be third year. So just start from the beginning, because even if you have really, really low chance, you gain some experience how to write this, yes? So recently when I was writing my first European project, it was horrible, it was totally different than international, so it was hard and it was rejected first time, and but I learned so much, yes, so how to learn from the other people, yes, of course, and you have some experience, so next year when you applied for the Preludium, for example, you have to think, I'm more experienced than someone, yes, so you should try everything from the beginning, if you have something, yes, of course, and if you have ambitious, yes, and hardworking. So this is my advice.
Thank you for that, Dr. Carolina. Now, I have to sincerely apologize to all our audience because we are only given an hour for the discussion panel. But if you have questions and additional questions, of course, our panelists are always willing to help, and they are always available. As Dr. Carolina said, you can approach her if you want to ask questions about how to write the project. And as I remember, when Steve Jobs said, ask for help, and usually no person usually wants to withhold their help from you. And he was asking help from big CEOs, and he got help when he was still at the elementary and grade school levels of his education. But anyway, this has been a really nice talk, and I hope that it has really been insightful to all of us. And let us give a round of applause to all our panelists and thank them for their time, precious time. Thank you.
Wow, think about the opportunities. It is really great to be a PhD student these days. However, we have to remember that to achieve best results, it is crucial to maintain certain standards. That said, I have a pleasure to invite Professor Dariusz Mikielewicz to give a lecture on a very important topic of scientific integrity. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Well, we heard a lot about possible plans. How can you realize your PhD, how to have a good time during your PhD realization. But there is also a topic, what not to do during your studies. And I do not know why I was receiving this topic to present to you, maybe just to actually be tested whether I know everything about that. So definitely I'm not going to touch upon all of the aspects which are related to scientific integrity. I will try to explain to you what I mean by scientific integrity, and then I will spend some time on publishing of papers as a major result of your work. Remember today, earlier, Professor Wilde, our rector, said that actually the publication is the end result of the research. We are not doing publication for a publication, but we are doing publication to publish our good results obtained in a proper, stringent, efficient, and smart way. Well, there are other issues which these days are present in our day-to-day life, like whether can we use artificial intelligence in helping us in doing research, or there are some ungrateful things like paper mills. What are these? Some fake data, some immoral behavior of the researchers, and then something which is also receiving not too much of the interest, namely auto-plagiarism. So whether can we use our earlier results to support future perspective papers. So that's what I'm going to talk about, and I feel really that, like in a church, the priest goes to the followers with something which they do not do. So I'm not going to guide you what you could do in order to facilitate your progress, but I believe that it is not the case for no one in this audience here. Nothing I will talk about that. We will only talk about it in academic manner, that there are such a phenomena, but for you, it is just something to be aware of, but not to be a part of. Because once you're being caught on any of them, kind of issue which I'm going to talk about, that means that you will have to be sometimes interrogated why you did it. You will have immediate contact with the authorities of the doctoral school, and probably in the end also with myself as a supervisor of the doctoral school in position from the vice rector for research. So I probably will not use all the time available for me. Maybe there will be some space there should be some space for discussion to clarify your issues. But I will try to say something about these items which I've just outlined. So when you look into the definitions, what do we mean by scientific integrity? We will read that this is the condition resulting from adherence to professional values and practices when conducting, reporting, and applying results of scientific activities. So, in other words, well, we have to do something to the best of our abilities, to best of our skills to obtain good quality results and then present them to the surrounding world in general. Actually, in many cases, you will be involved in research projects. You're being, well, I don't know how many of you, when applied to the doctoral school, came here with your own topic just to realize it with the supervision of one of our supervisors from the university. Because in my opinion, majority of you came to actually take part in an ongoing research project, which you will be a valuable hand to work with, to introduce your ideas, to perform calculations, elaborate on these calculations, on the experiments, and so on, and finally write papers. But this has also its own procedures, how to properly find yourself in this kind of environment. So, what do we want from your research? Well, first of all, we want an unbiased view on the topic which you are actually involved in. We want that you actually work to the best of your abilities. If you think you do not know something, please just tell that to your supervisor. You have supervisors. They are here to talk to you, to foster you, to answer all your queries. If the supervisor, well, sometimes it may happen that he will not have an answer. Well, we are not gods. We actually have experience. Many of us have been involved in several supervisions thus far, but sometimes you come with such a question that it's difficult to answer even with the great experience. So we want the clarity of our communication with you. And from the results which you actually are going to produce as research students, we want that they are repeatable. It's not only that it happens once in a laboratory, and then when we come after 1 month, well, for some reasons it doesn't work. It worked 1 month ago, but it doesn't work today. So then actually that is questionable. You have to give an answer why it doesn't work after a month. And you're trying to do general statements and recommendations to others. So that is also part, we are going to talk about fake results later. So if that happens, that your results of your research are not repeatable, they probably may fall under the category of fake. And these days, we want to implement artificial intelligence methods. There is machine learning. Artificial intelligence at this moment is being taught by us. If we teach artificial intelligence with fraudulent data, we'll definitely get wrong results. Remember, rubbish in, rubbish out. So that's that. At this moment, intelligence is not capable of concluding kind of in a way that we have perception. It doesn't have a proper perception. So what we do not want from you is to fabricate. There is a time pressure, so I need to deliver the results by the end of the week. If you fail, well, there is a reason behind it. Maybe you didn't devote enough time for the work. Maybe you were ill. Maybe you had other results. We are supervisors. It will not be the first case that it will happen to your supervisor. So never attempt to fabricate results, because usually, as we say it in Polish, it has short legs. It will come out sooner or later. Same with falsification. Well, plagiarism is another issue. And there is a delicate thing, because actually we have to read lots of literature, but we have to conclude on that literature in our own words, use what we actually learned from the paper. And that is not a plagiarism if we involve a part of the paper we read into our review paper, because that normally goes into the review section. Not take a section or several sections or even parts of the paper. Well, I know that in technical sciences it doesn't happen so often, because we are here to solve problems. So usually we have a problem to solve, And these issues which I'm just talking about of plagiarism relate to, say, literature reviews that we attended. Well, that was an excellent review, so I'll take part of it. Well, based on it, enhance it, and, well, collate it into your own approach. We do not want any political interface or censorship from you. Well, so that these are the two issues which are more difficult to talk about. But remember, I shouldn't be talking politically, but we had an issue here in our country that an obvious fact was interpreted in a twofold manner, and until today, we are still arguing who is right. So that shouldn't take place in science. Well, if you're doing something, some research, do it, present it in a way you are certain it is. You cannot be influenced, but let's go this direction because that's the way it should be. So that's what I mean behind that political interference. Okay. So summarizing, good research practices should be based on fundamental principles of research integrity. And there are several guidelines which are provided by individuals, institutions, organizations, in order to actually talk about the practical, ethical, intellectual challenges which are present in the research. But in many cases, it is our common sense. Well, in one simple word, I can say, if you're doing plagiarism, or you're doing some fraud or some political influence, you behave like a thief. You know, it is a simple word to describe that, but we do not want to use it. We try to make it polite way, scientific integrity. But when it goes to the nitty-gritty, call it really a fraud, a theft, whatever. But in this way, you don't want to be called like that in your career. So, actually, some of this information I received from Mr. Ignacy Rogoń. He actually is the person to blame for me standing up here and presenting this topic. So there is a set of guidelines, all European academies, ALIA code, but there is a list of many things which have been described on paper. But you do not need to read all these things if you're a trustful and honest person. You just do it like you think it is. From the heart, from the bottom of your heart, it should be the way outwards. So actually, there are some guidelines if you want to read a lengthy text, but it is simple. Okay, so why do we publish? That topic has been already touched earlier by our rector, that we publish to actually present the results of our work. That is a major thing. And it is not, we do not require from you to publish 10 papers a year or 20 papers a year. We want you to publish the good results of your work, elaborated in a very nice manner, in the best journals which have lots of impact on the scientific community. Well, remember, what we are doing here at our university, we have a strategy. University has a strategy, and PhD students are part of that strategy. PhD students, together with the supervisors, have probably the biggest issue in their hands, to present high-quality research which will emanate outside, that everyone will say, here in Gdansk, they do very good research. There is a very good university. It is an academic center in Poland, and we know it also from outside of Poland, that here, if you come to Gdansk, you'll get good supervisors who are clever, and they do challenging things which are unexplored, because the value in the shifting the frontiers of our knowledge is when you're actually doing something which nobody else did so far. then you're pushing the frontiers of our knowledge forward, and that's what really matters. I'm not saying that we have a plan to have a Nobel Prize winner, although many universities in the world have that task, have that challenge. Maybe when you will be in authorities of our university, the grounds which you will be working on will be sufficient that you will have the best candidates from the country, from Poland, as well as from outside, who will come here to do the research. In ancient times, people were going to Sorbonne, they were going to Oxford, to Cambridge to learn and to do useful research, because these were the universities which were at the front of all the progress in the world. We are trying very hard to establish the grounds. So sometimes maybe we are doing that in a kind of the shortcut. Because, for example, investing in paying for publications is a little bit demoralizing for some of you. That you will, instead of publishing one good paper, you will do 5 papers of smaller quality with small contributions which will be going unnoticed in the society. But if you prepare one good one with all of your research, not split into parts, that would be a value which will be cited by others. And that is actually an impact to the world which we look for. In every discipline, such approach can be implemented. So every topic has its own areas investigated where you can come up with good solutions. So we publish the work to get respect and recognition, but only you will get the respect and recognition when you publish good papers. Remember, it is the time of the PhD where the results of your work, you will be known in the world by the results of your PhD work. That is going to be your, well, whatever, a certificate of quality. So if you go to the conference, you will be approached by people who will say, I do not know you personally, but I know your papers, and I would like to talk to you about this and that and that. That's how you actually establish connections with outside world and become a company to them. Not because you're John Smith of Gdansk and you're good at parties, for example, or you dance nicely. Well, the current world values you after your work which you have performed at your university, and that is your entry level. So that is why try hard to work for your PhD. You're young, as Dr. Wieczerzak said, you do not have too many commitments, you still have some spare time, and actually research work requires lots of time. Well, you do not have to be all the time in a laboratory, but you have to be committed to the topic which you are doing, and you have to think about it. Think in what way you can surprise others with your work. Well, sometimes we press on persons or on our staff to contribute to certain limits. We are evaluated as a university. As a university, every person has to deliver a number of publications which will be put into slots, and then we will be evaluated externally. Yes, so that is quite of the politics. But that commitment is not so significant. We have 4 slots to do. So 4 good publications per 4 year. So that means 1 publication per year. 1 good or very good publication per year is sufficient for our system to prove that you are good. But if you do 20 publications, you will not do them in the same quality as this restricted number. Well, at this moment, we are very lucky at our university. We are part of this excellence initiative. We are proud to bear this title, Research University. It will last for 2 more years, until 2026, when the project, because it is a ministerial project, so it will terminate in a couple of years. But the precondition is that there is a league of 10 universities which actually are selected for this activity, and 2 of them, at least as the situation looks at this moment, will drop and will be replaced by other 2 institutions from our country. So there will be remaining a league of 10 top universities, which have a benefit that they have extra resources to do whatever they want to actually improve the scientific quality. That resources means we get 10% extra subsidy a year for 6 years, and now we are in the 4th year of realization of that project, to actually enhance your commitment to work. Because I know you're very attractive on the employment market, but if you have to select, either you're a scientist or you're a technical person which does very well in industry. Sometimes you can connect the both, but not in all disciplines. In many disciplines, you have to work on the topic. And in order to make you not being kind of deficient to your friends who are in industry, we are trying to introduce these financial gratifications, which will balance out the smaller salaries of yours at university. So but not every university in our country has this benefit. Well, there are only 4 technical universities, us along with Warsaw, AGH in Krakow, and Silesian University in Gliwice. So sometimes we do that for money, yes. Leo Belkaker, when he was training our national soccer team, asked, why you're doing this? He said, for money. Well, it's also an answer, but provided you did it for money with the good results. Like you win the championship, or you take the place on the box. So you have also students, some obligations, PhD students, you're required to deliver a publication as a part of your scientific activity. So that is why we are here, we are talking about this issue, and why we have to publish results of our own work. So actually I have this excerpt of your regulation that you have to present, when you're a member of the regular doctoral school, you have to present 1 paper after 2 years of studies, and then subsequently other papers, whereas the implementation PhD students, they get, there is a requirement they do 1 publication per the entire course of study. There is a slightly different situation with this implementation school, because there must be an implementation. If there is an implementation, that is another issue which is evaluated, because implementation has to be normally a secret thing. Companies doesn't like to reveal the tricks of the trade they implement in the production lines, for example. So you know that every publication has its value on the publication market. There are papers, very good papers, with 200 points. There are papers with 140 points per publication, 100 points, 70 points, 40 points, and 20 points. So that is a gradation in line with the situation where the paper is published. But well, we all know that this ranking is also a little bit skewed. Sometimes the best papers in a particular discipline, well, they will not attract attention in the society where you're really working on. So there are papers for 200 points which are not valued by the Society of Artificial Intelligence persons, because their top journal is, for example, for 70 points. And that is a problem which we have still in evaluation. But there is going to be a new list of points for the publication announced next January, which actually I've heard the plans about how it's going to be established. Probably it's going to be better revealing the current value of publication on the market. But I'm touching this topic not for the point of view of the points, but one thing is that for the best points you get nice rewards, So that's one of the ways you're writing them. But the order of persons in the paper, which appears, and sometimes can be an issue of an argument or misunderstandings in the group. So the doctoral student receives 100% of points if he is placed as a first author. If he is second author, he gets 50 points, 50% of points. And if he is somewhere down the road, then he will get a proportional share of the paper. Well, so these are the regulations of the doctoral school. We are not going to argue with them at this moment because these are regulations. But remember, if you think that is a wrong regulation, regulations are there to be changed, improved. So, but I'm going to say a few words about joint papers where there is a question. Should I put my supervisor on the list? Because he didn't do anything in this. Or how many persons there should be on the list of authors of the paper? One person say, I did the language check for you, so I should be on the list of authors. No, that is not a scientific case. You give it for money to any proofreaders, and they will read for you the paper, and without any even acknowledgement, you will get the paper very well, very well edited and corrected. So that issue is not. But sometimes you're facing a demand. You have to put me on the list of authors, even though I didn't do that. And that is, again, very, very hot issue. It has to be the best way of solving it is by a compromise or by discussions within the group. You have to really present the pros and cons, especially the person who was having, in her opinion, the most of the influence on the appearance of the paper. But I know that this is not an easy task because, for example, you're a PhD student and your boss, the senior researcher, says, well, I'm going to be first. Because that was, for ages, it was like that, and I do not expect to be in the other way around. So it is an issue. I will not give you a definite answer because sometimes it's a matter of life and death. And, well, why to move everything to that position? But definitely one of the issues is finances. That means remuneration we pay to you for good publications. So if you're first, you get 100% of points. If you're second, you get 50% of points. And that converts to the price for the publication. It matters, okay? So the first author usually is a person who contributed most of the research and writing. But there is a problem which I would say this way. You work in the project which was acquired by the leader of the group. He has a laboratory. So he wrote the application. He found the idea which is awarded, and you're joining him for PhD, and you're executing parts of the outlined work. So you really do calculations for the work. So it is kind of the delicate issue to see whether the person who actually does the calculations, and that is very tedious, obvious, I understand, is deserving the first position on the paper, or maybe that guy who actually acquired everything and is working in the area for some time should be the first. But the way it should be officially is the one person who really contributed most of the research and paper. I must also say that this is not a big problem at this moment like it was, say, 20 years ago. When I was doing my PhD, there was no way that my name would be first on the paper. My supervisor was first. And I didn't do my PhD in Gdansk. I did it at the University of Manchester. So the leader of the group was on the first position, and then others who were really involved in research. So time changes. So you have to also understand that this is the issue of time. So normally, these days, a good tactics, especially for the senior mature scientist, is that he places himself in the end. And everyone knows that he was a person who supervised the project, usually acquired the resources, and it is his laboratory. So the name of laboratory you're coming from sometimes is very important in your career. It matters whether John Smith is from Gdansk or from Oxford. If I place myself with the Oxford brand, if I would be employed there, actually many people just do the ghostwriting for that reason, to put a famous name on the list of authors so the paper gets the recognition. That is also unfair, but that is life. We sometimes do not get everything in a way we would like it to see. What if your senior person in your group insists on being the first author, or asks for a different order of contributions to the paper than you expect? Well, first of all, usually we assume that everyone is acting in a good faith. Sometimes we may be wrong, but if we act in a good faith, we have to make into some arrangements and conclusions. But if you think that something is unfair with the order of authors, you have to speak candidly about who in fact was doing what and what order comes out from that discussion. Some papers have also their own guidelines on authorship criteria, which can be of help to some of your queries. So it is not a problem, well, if there is such a thing. If the situation becomes difficult, then you have to mediate with external person who has some respect in a group, has some also experience, and gets the attention, so can be a person who can judge what to do. Some people are very pedantic. They keep the track of former publications and former contributions. And because if you have many papers in a given topic, it builds up. Sometimes in the paper, former paper, some more contribution was of the one author and less of contribution of the another author, but in a subsequent paper, the order is opposite. Again, discussions and frank things. Well, there is not such a problem if you have 2 or 3 person groups, but there are many papers where there are 10, 12 contributors or even more, even 1,000 contributors. So how to evaluate who is doing what? If there is a proportional thing, so 100% by 1,000 is 0.1% to the paper contribution. Again, difficult thing to even to talk about. But in technical sciences, if we work within the group, normally there are only few persons involved. But are the technicians involved in preparation of the paper? Or should they just get acknowledgement in the end of there is an acknowledgement section where you say, thank you very much for the preparation of that, that, and that, and assisting me in that, and that, and that. Maybe that would cure some of these issues of the problem. Because as someone said, these days we have the situation that when you publish a paper and there is an interdisciplinary paper of the good value, say 100 points and above, both authors get the same points. So actually it's either wise to publish with someone from the different discipline or from the different university. But that discourages papers from the same group, in the same discipline. I'm in a lucky position. I represent 2 disciplines. And every now and then I get the request, can you represent the other discipline in this paper, and I will be in the other discipline in this paper. So we all get 100 points, or well, the full points for the presentation. A problem, okay? So, but sometimes it can be cured in this way, that the order of authors is not really relevant because you can place your senior person into the other discipline and he will not count in the share of points. But definitely, you need a compromise. We need to talk. Actually, whenever you get across with your group, it will not benefit to your, it will not contribute to the good quality of your research. At work, I even dare to say that our work in research is kind of an art. In many cases, well, we can say that engineering jobs are more difficult than our scientific jobs. But in engineering jobs, you are collecting the knowledge, available knowledge, and converting it to something useful. Here, we think of something new. So we have to be a little bit crazy, but still we have to have good foundations to think of something new, because that's what is the progress in science. We have to invent something new, okay? All right, so another issue, paper mills. It is a very difficult topic because imagine there are universities which collaborate for ages. There is a league of universities in several countries, and they collaborate. And actually, if you come from Oxford and you go to Milano for working, and you go to other country, when you write a paper, you always cite your origins. And that is a paper mill, because actually it is a scientific content, but you actually remember your roots. So that is a paper mill in a good faith. And then comes something which is done in the unfair way, that there is a ghostwriting or something like that. And, well, definitely it has to be well investigated and traced and proven that there is something which, that there is a negative value which comes out from this paper milling. We see this problem. We'll try to establish some tracking of that at our university, because recently there has been some appearances which we have to check very carefully, but we have to check it very carefully. If someone produces lots of papers, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is a paper mill. It may mean that someone has a very good topic, and that topic is so vital that actually paper by paper can be produced and published, because actually that paper has to be published. So it is tested. At this moment, I don't know how many of you went through the review procedure with a good publisher, but there is a check, anti-plagiarism check on basically everything. So if there is a too big repeatability, or there are aspects of the unnecessary citations, it comes out. And it's being, when your paper will not be processed even. So I'm not going to, because we can talk about that for a day or even more. There is a problem, but a good research is not afraid of paper mills, because when you're really doing this, everything in a right, proper way, you came to the university to do the job, to do investigations, to present these investigations, and you do it in the right way, that you review existing literature, you summarize that existing literature, you say what is missing from that literature, and that you convince everyone that that is why you present your, well, you got involved into this topic, and then you elaborate on that topic in the way which is trustful. Then there will be no suspicion of the paper mill. But the shortcuts are there, and we have to be aware. So that is like in a church. We are talking about sins other people do, I hope. So that's my assumption. So in order to refrain from paper mills, at least at our institutions, well, we have to talk about that, and we have to have clear policies. Well, looking at you, well, I can introduce maybe one or two examples which, well, we pay for publications, so that is actually the major, probably the major reason for some unfair behavior. That we are going to premium only the papers which are within the scope of the PhD project. We are not interested for promoting the papers which are beyond the topic of your PhD. Because you came, you committed yourself to collaborate with the supervisor, you have a prescribed number of years, 4, to complete your PhD. And now the question arises, why cannot you complete your PhD in 4 years? Are you maybe writing too many papers on topics which are not within your PhD? Maybe yes. So we will try only to premium the papers which are within the topic of the PhD, and your supervisor will have to confirm that this paper will contribute to the PhD. So that is one of the consequences of this behavior. So that is the clear policy which will be communicated in the next release of the regulations. Well, good thing is seminars, that we present our work, we discuss our work, and then everyone knows what other people are working on. So we are not surprised that I am taking part in a paper, for example, on finances, which I do not know. Well, I know how much I earn, how to spend money, but other things I do not know about finances, on the theory of finances, okay? I'm a mechanical engineer, so that's why I look at Professor Lehmann, who is on the finances side. But maybe we will have a paper when I will have a problem with some energy savings. So monitoring, promoting transparency. Transparency is always, well, welcome. When the things are transparent, then we try, well, when there's a clear water, we see all the fish in the lake. If there is a dirty water, sometimes we may miss something. And whenever in doubt, talk, let's talk. Do not solve the problems yourself, because sometimes we are tempted to solve the problems the way we would like them to see it solved, which is not always the way other people would like the problem to be solved. So that's how I actually will explain that supportive environment. Let's talk. Let's report. Let's do audits. So let's inspect what are we doing with things. And it was a good standard some time ago when the student was submitting the paper, he was presenting that to the supervisor before submission. I've heard on several occasions that is sometimes not the case, that you decide when to publish, what to publish, how to publish. Okay, maybe we will have to talk about that within the doctoral school on a separate issue of publishing. And actually, like in a family, sometimes your supervisor may not be present for some reasons at work, but there are other supervisors of our other PhD students. Let's talk. Let's see who is doing what, and let's try to solve these problems together. Another issue, can we support our work with artificial intelligence? Actually, we are doing that to support all our activities, and I see no reason why we shouldn't also collaborate with the artificial activity on the basis of our research. But it has to be done, again, wisely. And once again, I stress, in technical sciences, it's still less, it is still easier thing actually to have individual input to the publication, because we are solving specific problems. But in humanities, for example, social sciences, well, I see that it can be the case that the artificial intelligence can write the entire papers. So, yes, we can use the AI for helping us with doing more efficient work. But there must be always a human factor in our work. So if we do data analysis, it's easier. It's easier with the use of artificial intelligence. When we do the literature review, again, we should read the papers which we cite. Okay, we should read them, but then actually sometimes AI can polish our language in which we present. So in that respect, I see it is admissible. Again, we have a kind of solution. We can aid ourselves with some experimental design. Same drafting of something. Actually, we are all the time being said that if we use AI for medical expertise, AI is like 1,000 healthy doctors which have a good night's sleep doing the diagnosis for you, except of one who can be tired and maybe unfit to work. So because you see really the results, but again, we have to be correct to our audience. We have to convince others that it is at first instance, it is our work which we are doing. So same with some predictions we can work. Well, there is a whole branch of AI, machine learning. Why are we doing machine learning? For predictions. We teach with some data and we want predictions with other cases of using that data. So if you do provide the AI with frauded data, that is a disaster because you will teach on the wrong examples to get right examples in your opinion. So that is a pitfall you may fall into others. So once again, I do not want to overstretch that presentation, but AI is there. We have to, well, use it, but use it in a wise way and still keep our idea, which is our own contribution to that paper. Grant preparation, again, enables more efficient writing of the application, but behind every application there is an idea. I don't think that you will ask AI to give you an idea for a new project application in a precise manner. There must be a person behind that grant application, but assistance can be invaluable. So what should we avoid when using AI? We cannot 100% rely on it. We know that actually AI, if it doesn't know the answer, it confabulates the answer. It cannot be like that. We have to be all the time. There is a human factor must be involved. The quality of data, again, we have to all the time check the data which has been, well, good. It would be nice to know on which data AI has been trained, whether all the data are trustful, free from bias, or done to the good quality. But if you do yourself the training of the data, of the well, models of the AI, then actually it's free to use. Again, ethical implications. Well, again, so use your own ideas for solving problems and do not sign your name on the others. Well, there is a trend that you read books, old books, but basically lots of things have been solved 50, 100 years ago. And it is a kind of a mine of ideas. So you read literature, but then give the tribute to the person, even 100 years back, that he was thinking of that, and now you're only improving it to work in a better way. So that is also related to the transparency. Well, and in the end, I would recommend that before publishing, you have to validate your experimental data or any data which you are quoting, which are generated by artificial intelligence. So AI should complement your research, not replace your research. That is a very important thing, because we are living in a faster world. We have to use all the tools available, but we have to contribute to the progress, not to the stagnation. Okay. Fake data. I don't think, because actually I was thinking I will give you some time for discussion, but it seems like I'm not going. So fake data speaks for itself. Sometimes you say, well, this graph doesn't look nice. So I will remove few points, and I will put extra few points, and then that would be my research. And actually, you make the fraudulent data, which are intentionally fabricated or manipulated. Well, on your paper, when it's going to be published in a good journal, many people are going to rely. They are going to test their ideas. So the great care must be taken that everything you present or sell to the publishers is trustful. So it has great consequences on research because it can skew the other results in the future. And also ethical implications. You really behaving like a person who contaminates, who poisons the system. That system likes to be clear. We talk about scientific integrity, so let's stick with that scientific integrity. Okay, out of plagiarism, the last issue I'm going to touch upon. Again, we work for several years in the same area. And again, how much of the information sold in the other paper can we reuse in the next paper? Again, situation is dynamically evolving. 20 years ago, there were recommendations that if you use if you only change 30% of the paper, it is a new paper. It doesn't work any longer these days. So there are new rules, new recommendations. Actually, when you fail on the anti-plagiarism test, you fail when you have more than 20% repetition. The paper is going to be refused by the publisher from any examination. So again, trend of our times. So we have to remember that. And it actually relates to former work. Well, you can cite a sentence or two sentences, but you have to cite it that it was presented in some paper. When you elaborate on your experiment in a good way, well, you can repeat it. But if you write papers which are small contributions only, you have a problem because experiment is still the same experimental methods, and in one paper you dwell on one item, on second paper another item, and then someone, in order to get your results, needs to write 6 papers, for example, instead of one good paper which will have every information. So, but it's again, that is against the statement which is also on the market, publish or perish. But if you publish good results, you will not perish. Same with graphs and figures. Well, you can reuse them, but many publishers these days will actually indicate whether you have a permission to republish or requote your figures and tables or whatever. So these are the issues which we have to also be aware. So it's, once again, I stress, if you publish less in good journals of the good research, you have less of the thinking about this issue which I'm talking about now. Because it's going to be one good work and off you go. Okay, so, okay, that is not significant. Well, in the end, we have a position of the ombudsman, Professor Janusz Rachoń, who is at our university employed to protect the rights and the interests of our university employees and PhD students. And it's one of his duties is also to comply with ethical standards. And well, if in doubt, you can ask him, or we can ask Professor Rachoń for his opinion about it. Well, I'm not hiding the fact that there are infringements of the ethics in science, but I hope it will never happen with any person here on this audience, and we will be happy, well, to conduct good research and good education at our university. So, to finalize my talk, to publish or not to publish? Well, publish only good quality paper in best quality. That's only when you will get the recognition, citations, and the pride. Because there will always be people tempted to go in a shortcut. But let it be know your way, because actually the fraud doesn't bring satisfaction. But a good PhD will give you satisfaction, because actually it is your certificate to the future, to your future. Whatever you plan it, in Poland, outside Poland, at good university, in industry, your PhD is something you're going to show. And let it be of excellent quality. And in the end, I would like once again to thank Mr. Ignacy Rogoń for his discussions and, well, suggestions what I should talk about in this presentation. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions to Professor from the audience?
Well, I invite everyone to discussions around. We can solve the problems. I do not think we have all these infringement problems to talk about of particular cases, and theoretical academic discussion probably should be irrelevant at that position. Well, I just signaled the possible problems, but I do not expect that you participate in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mikielewicz, for this informative lecture. I think everyone has to think of what we just saw, to re-evaluate what we are doing, because the most important thing for us should be to produce good quality papers and not the papers that are just to get some points. Because our job is to get the PhD done and not to overly participate in the evaluation process. Now I would like to ask everyone to remain seated as Professor Robert Jankowski, Director of Doctoral School, will give a lecture on entitled, Selected Topics of Your PhD Journey. Presentation will be followed by Q&A session and a quiz with prizes. So please listen carefully. Professor?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Robert Jankowski, and this is a pleasure for me, as being a director of the doctoral school, to give you some, I would say, technical aspects maybe of your study at our university. I will give a number of information concerning the regulations. Please try to listen carefully, because there will be some questions related to the contents of this presentation. I will start with the milestones of your PhD training at our doctoral school. And let me also say that that will be a kind of a brief introduction concerning milestones, actually not only concerning milestones, because there are really a number of other issues which will not be covered today, but there will be some other presentations also for the first year PhD students. We also organize other presentations for the second, third, and fourth year PhD students. Okay, let me start with the disciplines. How many of them? 14 disciplines at this moment at our doctoral school. So you can see that the scope is really quite wide, and we have two new disciplines actually. The last one on the list, two last disciplines. Maybe in the future we'll have some more. At this moment we have 14 disciplines. This graph shows a kind of a roadmap for you, okay? So within the first 3 months, the supervisor will be appointed. Of course, that will be the person who already agreed to be your supervisor. Don't worry that we will appoint another one. No, 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 that will not be the case. But we have to do it in an official way, okay? So 3 months after beginning. Then during the first year, exactly after 12 months, you are supposed to prepare really very first important document, which is the individual research plan. And why is it important? Because at the end of the second year, so after 24 months, you will proceed with the midterm evaluation. And the midterm evaluation will concern the aspects which will be described in the individual research plan. And then finally, 4 years, this is the time when we expect you to finish your PhD studies. Actually, there is a possibility to extend also your studies. So it is possible to extend of maximum 2 years. So in total, some of you maybe will stay here 6 years, but we would like to do as much as possible so as to allow you to finish your PhD studies within the 4-year period, okay? All right, just very briefly, what are the milestones in the first, second, third, and fourth year? Okay, so registration, you have already started, okay, most of you, the first year PhD students, then some obligatory courses related to health and safety. I mentioned appointing the supervisor. And of course, in a moment, we will start classes. Actually, the classes will start in November, okay? So please observe also the information concerning the classes. And then we will ask you after the first semester also to give some, to fill some questionnaires and reports on your progress, and that will be repeated after the second semester, so at the end of the first year. Then just briefly, because I know that that will be a little bit later on. So the second year, you will continue the classes. Then also after the second semester of the second year, so at the end of the second year, they will be again the time to report your progress. And that will be done at the end of the semester. Quite similar situation concerning the third year. Oh, I missed, of course, the midterm evaluation at the end of the second year. Actually, the interview with the PhD students might be conducted at the beginning of the third year. And the fourth one, again, maybe some additional courses, and also you will be supposed to pass the doctoral exam. That is one of the elements of the PhD training program at our university. And graduation, submission of the doctoral dissertation. And maybe let me explain already at this moment that submitting the doctoral dissertation means that you will become the graduate of the doctoral school. Later on, I will show also another slide how it will be proceeded after submitting the PhD dissertation. Okay, a few words about the doctoral program itself, so about classes, generally speaking. So the program must conform to the state regulations. In Poland, we have a kind of a system which is called the Polish Qualification Framework, and there are different levels. In case of the PhD studies, that is the level number 8. It is accepted by University Senate, the framework of the program. All the courses are delivered in English, but the specific classes are defined by specific disciplines. okay? And they are also accepted, approved by the school council. The program can be up to some extent modified. That can be done. We have such an option. It has to be discussed with your supervisor, and it has to be later on accepted by the coordinator. In a moment, I will also show the table with the names of the coordinators. Okay. Now, in the doctorate training program, we have a number of so-called modules. Okay. Module 1 and 2, didactic courses. So one is those, I would say, the most important courses which are related to your discipline or maybe a little bit broader than the discipline. Then teaching module 2, these are the classes developing didactic skills, preparing for academic teacher profession, and also developing social competence. That is also very important. And then module number 3, which is devoted to professional skills related to the presentation of the research. So we have seminars, scientific publications, presentations at the conferences. Okay, then module number 4, that is related to the midterm evaluation. It is also in the program. Module number 5, these are the compulsory teaching practice classes. So you are supposed to be also a teacher. You might have some classes with the undergraduate students. Actually, it depends on the faculty, okay? Because maybe some of you will not have this opportunity, but some other people will have a number of classes also to teach, depending on the faculty. I will skip module 6 because in this year nobody will be involved in that one. Module 7, preparing for the doctoral examination in the basic discipline. So in total, we have actually 7 modules in the training program. Individual research proposal. As I mentioned, this is like the first really important document for you, and you are supposed to prepare it at the end of the first year, so after 12 months of starting your PhD study. You are supposed to define the topic and the goal, which seems to be quite obvious, and also give some research plan and timetable with indication of measurable achievement, so that if somebody will ask you, can you show me this achievement, you can say, yes, this is a paper, for example, or maybe the presentation during the conference, and there is, for example, the results of the experiment I did. You are supposed to put here also the indicative date of submitting the doctoral dissertation, and what I would like to suggest you, even at this moment already, probably we will repeat it also later on, that please put the date which would be the last day of September 4 years from now, so it would be 2028. It is okay if you submit the thesis before that date. There is no problem, absolutely. Okay, you can do it. Actually, the first graduate of the doctoral school did it after 2.5 years. So he did it after the midterm evaluation. Half a year later, he submitted the thesis. So it's possible. But the problem might be that you put the real date because you feel that it will take like 3 years rather than 4. And then, you know, you would have to go through the quite complicated procedure to extend for the 4th year, for example. So my suggestion is just to put the last date of September 2028. Okay. There is also a requirement related to the Polish qualification framework. The documents are in English, okay? It must be approved by the supervisor. I will talk in a moment. There is a possibility of appointing also another person. So you might have, some of you, 2 supervisors, okay? And as I mentioned, it will be done, should be done within the 12 months. Then just a few words about the midterm evaluation, because it will be in 2 years' time, right? So you will be asked to prepare a report which is supposed to be based on that document which I have just mentioned a minute before, okay? Concerning the individual research plan, research proposal. So at the end of the first year, please remember that that document you will be asked to fill is really important from that point of view. Really just few words about how it works. So you submit the report, then there is a committee of 3 experts, and one will be from outside of Poland, the foreign one, okay? Another one will be from outside of this university, and only the third one, only one will be from this university. So that will be really the expert committee. Then there will be the interview with the PhD students, and finally there will be a final decision concerning your achievements. So the committee will check whether they are satisfied or not. Okay, and then at the end of the 4th year, okay, with some possibilities to extend it for the final 2 more additional years, what will be checked? Actually, at the end of the 4th year, this is also important to underline. Maybe it's obvious, but you have to pass all the subjects, or I would even say all the elements of the training program. And actually, sometimes there are some problems with one element. I will mention that at this moment and say a few words later on, with publications, because publications is also, having the publications is one of the elements of the training program. You have to pass the doctoral exam and provide the additional documents which are supposed to be provided. Maybe one more thing at this moment. I will repeat what I said. After finishing the PhD thesis, you submit it to the university, but actually you do not submit it to the doctoral school. You submit it to the discipline board or the field board or scientific council of the institute, okay? There are some institutions which will proceed after submitting of the thesis. And it will also take some time. I will not go very much in the details at this moment because it will take later on. So let me just explain only this at this moment. Okay, yes, I have already mentioned that, so maybe I will really skip that slide. PhD students' obligations. Well, I really like this slide because it says really a lot, okay? How much time should I spend? That can be the question which you might ask to yourself on different aspects. We assume that 90% of your time you should spend on research, doing it physically at the university, not at home, not at the dormitory, not somewhere else, but physically at the university. More or less, 90%. And only 10% for other activities, including the classes. So you will see at the beginning that there will be a number of classes during the 1st, 2nd semester, okay? But this is only 10%. Please do not forget that 90% should concern the research. Okay, a number of issues which should be mentioned. So you are supposed to carry out the training program, so attend the classes, pass the exams, conduct the research, so implement the individual research proposal. By saying this, I mean that you are just conducting the research, right? Now, let me underline the 3rd point here, because this is quite also important. According to the regulations decided by the Senate of the university, you are supposed to stay at least 30 hours a week at the university, okay? And you should also keep a kind of a record of your staying here, okay? That can be done on the, after having the discussion with your supervisor, how it can be done. In some disciplines, it's quite obvious. In some other, maybe it's not. So please ask also the supervisor how to do it. But please remember that this is also obligatory for the PhD students. And so on. Participate in internships, report on the progress. I mentioned also the teaching practice, active and passive. Passive means that at the beginning you will be like the additional teacher together with the employee of the university. But at the 3rd and 4th year, maybe you will be asked to be the only teacher in the class. Okay, that might be also the option. And inform about any changes and so on. I will maybe skip the remaining points. Now, this slide was already mentioned by the rector of the university during the previous presentation. So we have this in Poland list of ministry and higher education concerning publications. And according to the regulations, but let me underline it also, according to the regulations so as to pass the teaching program, okay? According to the regulations, you are supposed to gain 100 points, but actually only the publications which have, or the journals which have 40 points are counted. Now, that is not much actually. I will not give you any names of the journals. Please also maybe try to ask the supervisor or maybe the colleagues from the department about some examples, but that is not much. But what I would like to underline, it doesn't mean that, you know, after publishing maybe, let's say, one paper, you will say, okay, that's it. That's all because it is in the regulations. No, this is just the minimum threshold, I would say, so as to fulfill the requirements. But absolutely, the supervisor should say at this moment, no, this is not the end. We have to work harder and also have some more papers. And maybe in some of your cases, it will be possible to present the PhD thesis as a set of scientific papers. So definitely you will have more, like 6 or even 10 or even more in some cases, okay? All right, maybe I will not go very much into details concerning how it is divided. It was already mentioned by the rector. So I will skip that part. Mobilities. You are supposed also to have the presentations during the conferences. Again, the minimum threshold says that one presentation is this minimum, but in most of the cases you will have more presentations than only one. International internships. We are trying also to get some additional funding for PhD students, okay, so as to allow you to go abroad, okay, to other countries for the internships. Maybe let me also underline that all the mobilities should be reported. We have the system at this university to do it. Okay, persons involved in your PhD training. As you can expect, the first one, supervisor. Supervisor is, of course, the person who is like on the first line with you, fighting for good results and conducting the research also. He or she will, of course, help you to define the dissertation, helps in preparing individual research proposal, but also monitors and evaluates. So don't be angry on him or her. Yeah, that is his or her role, actually, to say, sometimes maybe you will hear, I'm not satisfied with your results, okay? The only advice I can give you, just work harder. That's the only option, actually, okay? But in most of the cases, he will be the person to helping you. Please do this, please read this paper maybe, or do some other analysis, etc. Okay. All right, now I mentioned that there's a possibility to have additional, let's call it additional supervisor, because there are two actually options. So the second supervisor, in the case that the PhD dissertation is the interdisciplinary, or if there is the international cooperation, or there is a cooperation with one of the universities in Gdansk, okay? So the University of Gdansk or Medical University of Gdansk. This is the Fahrenheit Union of the university. It's called Fahrenheit Union, 3 universities in Gdansk. All right, maybe I will skip the second part. An auxiliary supervisor, that is usually the person with the PhD degree. So he or she cannot be the first supervisor, the main supervisor. And this is like the additional person to help you. That's the intention, okay? So there is a possibility to have also that person. But first of all, you cannot have both. You have the supervisor, the main one, and one of them if it is really needed, because in most of the cases there will be only one supervisor, okay? And it should be, of course, decided somehow by the supervisor or after the discussion, your discussion with the supervisor. what is really important to underline that this additional person can be appointed not later than during the 5th semester of your training. All right. We used to say that your supervisor is your mother and father during those 4 years, okay? So, as you know, mother will help you, okay? But father will sometimes shout on you, okay? Don't do this, this is not good, do in another way. So I think that this is really a good comparison. Mother and father, you can actually decide by yourself whether you prefer to have the mother or father or both, whatever. Okay, in case of really any problems with the research, he or she, the supervisor, is the first person, okay? If there is the auxiliary supervisor, of course, you can ask also that person or the second supervisor. If this does not solve the problem, the second level above, we have coordinators, okay? Coordinators, there is the list of them. You can also, of course, everything find on our webpage, all right? So all the names can be found there. So as you can see, these are the people who are familiar with specific disciplines, okay? So they can also make some decisions in some really important cases. But it's not so often that you should have really the opinion of the coordinator. Usually in 90% of cases, supervisor or her opinion is absolutely enough. The person will also well, assess the implementation of your training. So that is also the person who will formally grant the permission for you to go to the next year. All right, maybe let's do like that. And then the next level above, the school authorities. As you can see, there is my photograph, and there are the other staff sitting here in the first row. Okay, so Professor Eva Lechman, can you just show us here? Okay. All right, Deputy Director for Educational Issues, and Professor Maciej Bagiński, Deputy Director for International Issues. And Head of the Office, so all administrative problems, Ms. Marta Górczyńska. Marta, also show your face. Okay. And above us, there's Rector also. Who is above Rector? The Minister. Who is above the Minister? I don't know. Okay, maybe the Prime Minister. Okay, so this is like the level. We started with the PhD student, supervisor, and so on. Okay, funding opportunities. That is something which is probably one of the most important aspects. This table shows you the scholarship, the amount of the scholarship you will receive. It's actually obligatory. I mean, everybody will receive, okay, this scholarship, except for the second row where there is the increase, okay? It is the decision by the rector, but it's not done for just one person, just for all the people at the first year, second year, and so on, right? So as you can see, maybe I will not go very much in the details, but as you can see, at the second, third, and especially at the fourth year, this amount of money is larger and larger. And when you will not be able to finish or put on the table the PhD thesis at the end of the 4th year, and you will have the extension for the 5th, or maybe in some rare cases for the 6th year, you will not receive this scholarship. Okay, so this is only for 4 years. That's why we really expect you to finish within the 4 years. But actually there are a number of other possibilities. Ministers' scholarships, as you can see, there is a list of other scholarships which can be also used. But the most important additional scholarships are related to this Excellence Initiative Research University, which was also mentioned by the rector during the previous presentation. During the first year, the program is called Polonium. And you have to apply for that. But in most of the cases, all of you, I mean, everybody who will apply will receive this scholarship. So there are no like major problems, okay, with assessing your applications. But you have to apply for that. Only during the first year, additional amount, that was last year actually. We hope it will be a similar system this year, but we cannot confirm. Actually, this is a little bit outside of the doctoral school. But you will receive the information, I guess, soon within a few weeks, I guess. That was 2,500 gross per month, additional one. Then, at the second, third, and fourth year, there is another program, which is called Francium, okay? At the second year at this moment, it's also relatively easy to receive it, but you have to apply it. But not everybody will receive it. At the third and fourth year, in order to receive it, according to the present regulations, they might be somehow changed, as Rector already said, due to the progress of time, let's say, okay? Time is running. Okay, so you are supposed to have at least one publication, all right? So again, publication, as you can see, is somewhere in many places. I used to say that publications really open many doors, okay? And this is maybe also a good proverb to remember. Okay, sources on information. We mentioned the supervisor. We mentioned also coordinators. Many details are given regulations and training program. Many information given on the web page, social media. Also, we will send you some emails. Please really read them, okay? And check the also school calendar on a regular basis. Now, office hours for PhD students. It is actually located in this building. I don't know if everybody has a chance to go there. So it is the second floor, 209. That's the number of the room. So that information also will be given or is given at the web page. So you can check exactly. Okay, so thank you very much. Now, before we start quiz, we have like about 10 minutes. So it means we have time for some questions during those 10 minutes, if there are any at this moment. Come on, questions. I don't know if all of the PhD students are the first year PhD students, or maybe we have the fourth or fifth year PhD students. Don't be shy, exactly. Yeah, this is one of the few chances to ask a question. No questions. Okay. So maybe we can start the quiz, even that it's a little bit earlier than we expected, but I think we can start. So maybe the last chance to ask a question. The last one, hunting for questions. Yes, we have one volunteer. Okay.
Okay. So you mentioned there are some compulsory courses that a PhD student must have to attend. So we should follow all the instruction from the website, like any update when they are going to start and where to attend these.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the information will be given soon, really soon on the webpage. And the first year PhD students will start from November, from the beginning of November, okay? So still we have like 3 weeks or less, a little bit less than 3 weeks, okay, to start. Compulsory courses for the specific discipline are the most important courses in the whole program. You have to pass them, absolutely, okay? There are also optional courses. There are some possibility to exchange them into some other courses, for example, but usually it's not like a major problem for the PhD students also to attend the courses and also to pass them. Then we have also courses which we call the soft skills, okay, which is maybe not a perfect word, but these are the additional courses concerning the didactic skills and so on. So there is really a room to check, to move to some, or to exchange to some other courses. We'll give you some suggestions, okay? But there is the option also to exchange them into some other courses. So this is how it is organized, yeah?
Okay, so for this update, we just always keep an eye on the website of doctoral school, or they also send sometimes the emails to all first-year students that now the courses are open.
The information will be on the web page. How about the emails? Marta, will we send also the individual emails to the first-year PhD students? Yes. Ms. Marta Gurczyńska is saying they will be also the emails. But I would even advise PhD students to check more often the web page, so that they will be checking like every day and looking at the plan. Are you the first-year PhD student? No. Okay.
He wants to answer. Maybe he might need a mic.
Maybe let's give the voice to the PhD students. Maciej.
Blocks means the whole week you will have lectures almost, yes, because it is 15 hours per week. So at certain disciplines you may expect, especially during summertime, that you will have several weeks which will be really heavy concerning lectures and so on. Of course, you are not attending all of these lectures. You have to select. But then please plan your laboratory work and so on in such a way that this week will be free for you, because sometimes if you have to attend 3 hours, it's kind of a problem to perform some experiments, for instance.
Okay, thank you very much. So
as one more question.
One more question,
Yeah.
okay. So
you mentioned about the scholarship for the first years, like the polonium. So regardless of the student status, either he's getting any other funding, all first-year students can apply for this.
So once again, all first-year PhD students can apply for polonium, okay? And it's not really according to the present regulations. It's not difficult to obtain it. Most probably, if not all, most of the people will receive this scholarship. I would even say that probably all of the applicants will receive it. But we have to wait till the final regulations for this year. Okay, so also please observe the web page, and they should be also the email correspondence concerning this, yeah? But for sure on the web page you will see it. Do not miss the time of application. That's important, yeah? Do not miss the time for application, because unfortunately if you miss this deadline for application, that will be a problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have some more questions, you see? How we
Hi,
started
good afternoon,
with
Professor.
the first one. Yeah.
Thanks for this interesting and interacting session you're taking. I have one question, like if I want to take some courses to polish my previous what I studied back from bachelor's, because master's was a little bit different, then I'm shifting to some other department or something like this. So in that case, if I want to take some more courses, how should I approach, or where I should approach?
Okay, the first person you can talk to is your supervisor, okay? Please explain it in details that you did this, this, and this, and you would like to have some additional knowledge from this, 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 and this. And absolutely, you can attend the courses for the Master of Science students at this university. Please, however, remember that in some cases they will be only in Polish, but in for some other faculties, depending really on the situation, we have also courses in English. So that is absolutely possible, and that can be done after communication with your supervisor. Okay?
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you if you were to give one advice for first-year PhD students how to have their first publication. What that advice would be? Like how to start, how to find the idea, or just only to follow with the subject that we are planning to write on our thesis?
Okay, my idea will be very simple. Work hard, that's firstly. Work hard, secondly. And work hard, thirdly. And if you would like to have the specific topic for your first publication, that is also the supervisor to be asked for that. And he or she will be the person to decide, yes, this is maybe the time to submit this material, let's call it, to this journal or maybe to another one, and this is the time to do it, okay? And if he says, let's wait, there's no other option, then wait. But of course, do not wait till the end of the 4th year. But I don't think that any of the supervisors will suggest you to wait, I don't know, till the end of the 4th year. Probably not, okay? Yeah, thank you.
May I add one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Because my supervisors, one of my supervisors once told me, write less, read more. This is very useful advice, especially I would start with some kind of review, just to be sure that what you are taking up, if it's novel, if it's like something new, because it's really easy to write something and then find out that someone did it already, and you will have a lot of trouble with publishing it afterwards.
Absolutely, yes. By saying work hard, I mean also reading, writing, checking, discussing with the supervisor and other people. Absolutely, yes. That is covered by this word, work hard. Okay. Any other question? Again, the final call for the question. No further questions? Okay, so thank you very much and good luck. Really good luck. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Now we are giving the floor to Aleksandra Ławniczak. She will be conducting the quiz.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aleksandra Ławniczak, and right now it's a time to get you energized and check how well you can listen. Before, we had a presentation of our director of doctoral school, and now it's time to have a quiz. This quiz consists of several questions on the topics that were presented during the professor's presentation, but there are also few questions which were not included, those topics were not included in the presentation, but the purpose of them is to show where you should go with certain issues. So during this quiz, you need only two things: your phone and quick reflexes. So right now it's time to take out your phone from pockets, from bags, and scan the QR code. I really encourage everyone to take part in it. And of course, I forgot to mention that we have prepared prizes for our winners. So effort is worth. Now allow me to change my position, and I'll be moderating everything from the back. Yes, you can like, send likes and hearts. Everybody are ready? I hope. Okay, I see one smartphone, second smartphone. Has anybody got a problem? Okay, so we can start. Question 1. We have 42 players ready. Has anyone got a problem? Okay, so let's start. How many disciplines at the doctoral school are? 13, 14, 15, or 17? "14", yes, good answer. Next question is, how many doctoral schools are at Gdansk University of Technology? 2 or 1? 1 or 2? Two. Two is correct answer. One is doctoral school and the second one is industrial doctoral school. Okay, our leaderboard. Really nice, really nice. Okay, another question. How many days of rest break you can take in total? Oh, you're really good in it. "40 days is the correct answer. 8 weeks. And now first case study. You came back to your country for a rest break, but on the spot it turns out you can't go back to Poland. Who you should contact with? Actually, doctoral school office in terms to our doctoral school and doctoral studies. Good job, Julia. Rabbit, you are on the second position. Okay, question number 5. How many modules doctoral training program consists of? 7, 6, 8, or 5? 7. During the first year, you will be faced with yes, writing individual research plan. Good answer. Case study number 2. You have a problem with conditions in your dormitory. Who you should turn to first? Residence Council. Doctoral school office is not for everything. Choose the wrong answer. Yes. Okay, question number 9. Write how many semester doctoral studies can last at least. By numbers or by letters are correct answers. 6. Only 6 is correct answer. Who is the leader after that question? Rabbit. How many PhD students supervisor can have? 3, 8, or 10? 10. It's curious, but 10. Thank you. Okay, once again, that question. What IDU programs is aimed to first-year PhD student? The correct answer is only one, polonium. Yes, perfect. Success. Where you will find information about the number of hours of teaching practice you need to do. Third answer is correct. Okay, we are waiting for one more player maybe. Next question. Case study. You are interested in finding co-financing on conference and you wonder if our university has got multi-sport option. What you should do? Yes, check self-government pages and websites. Your supervisor maybe will not know about that. And once again, doctoral school office is not always the best source of information in everything. How maximum long your doctoral studies can last? 8 years, 10 semesters, 6 years. Six years. Question number 15. What is the main objective for PhD student? The middle answer, yes. Research on site in good labs or offices. Question 16. What is rated during the midterm evaluation? Yes, realization of individual research plan. This is how our leaderboard looks like right now, after several questions. Question number 17. Case study. You don't understand the requirements of your discipline. What you should do? The best option is to contact first with the representative who is in the same time the doctoral student, but specified in one discipline. So first you should contact with representative and then maybe contact with discipline coordinator. Which of IDOP program is dedicated to PhD students from second, third, and fourth year? Oh. Okay, and last question. Be ready. How long you can get your scholarship in doctoral school? Four years, 5 years, 6 years. 4 years, yes, it's correct answer, and that was our last question. And the winner is Julia Zienkiewicz. Congrats. The second place goes to Patrick, and third place goes to Gonzalo Garcia Noxpanco. So I invite these participants to the stage, and please give them a round of applause. Third place, Gonzalo Garcia Noxpanco. Second place goes to Patrick. And first place goes to Julia. Congrats, and once again, give them an applause.
Actually, if we are up on the stage already, may we ask everyone else to the stage to take a photo? I think it's a good opportunity to do this right now. Now we have a photograph, actually.
Not to get together, doctoral school and doctoral students, come on. Let's take a photo together. Congrats.
Okay,
High five, high five.
There are t-shirts inside.
Yes.
You might need to switch the sizes. I have all the sizes we need.
Don't worry about that.
So don't worry about it. We'll just exchange them afterwards.
Just
Okay?
contact with us and
It's just
we will
symbol.
exchange the t-shirts. Okay. Dobrze,
Dobra.
super.
Ale to dyrekcji zapraszamy do... O, tak. Wypień? Tak, zdecydowanie zapraszamy dyrekcję na środek. Smile. Can we please turn on the slide? Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone. In case you weren't here in the beginning, I'm Ignacy Rogoń. I'm chairman of self-government of Gdansk University of Technology. And today I would like to talk to you about the self-government because actually everyone here, almost everyone, sorry, apart from professors and Agnieszka, is a member of a self-government. So our self-government consists of 381 doctoral students in doctoral school and 77 doctoral students in industrial doctoral school. So we have two doctoral schools with different requirements. Please bear it in mind whenever you talk to your colleagues because they might have different requirements in their training. PhD Students' Council is chosen during the election. The election actually was held last year, but this year we are gonna be having by-elections, okay? So what's the main objective for self-government or actually for the doctoral council? So it's representation of the interests of universities' doctoral candidates. So we are talking with the representatives of the university, we are negotiating, we are trying to improve quality of our lives by making sure that those regulations are in favor for us, okay? We defend the rights of doctoral students, we care for the quality of doctoral students' education. Moreover, we support the scientific activity. On that topic a little bit more later. We are influencing the conditions for the functioning of doctoral students at the university and in higher education and science system. On that, I'll be saying a few words later on as well. And of course, one of the biggest issues for us or the things we like to do the most is integration of the whole community. So a structure of the self-government is divided because we have some statutory instances like the chairman and the self-government, the chairman of the self-government and doctoral council. And of course, we have audit and the electoral committee. Those are in our statute, and they are selected each 2 years now, okay? On top of that, we as a council have additional deputy chairman. Actually, we have two deputy chairmen. One here is Vipin, and the other one is Jakub. Jakub actually, he's on the research program right now in the US. So he's not joining us today. We have a treasurer and we have number of committees. So you won't find everyone from our council here on this photograph, but most of the council is here. And I would like to present few of the members of the council which are most active or they have some functions which might be helpful for you in your journey. So first up is Aleksandra Karpińska. Ola is coordinator of Cultural Events and Integration Committee. Ola is selecting all the cultural outings for us. So actually, if you want to go to opera or to the theater, you should follow emails from Ola because at least once per 2 months, there is some outing, yeah? So you'll get notified via email about those issues. Oh, sorry, not issues, those opportunities. Also, Ola is a co-designer of our new SDPG office, which is currently being finished, hopefully. Then we have Łukasz Cichocki. Łukasz is a treasurer. It means that Łukasz actually is writing all the financial estimates. He's helping me with evaluation of the costs of the parties and other our initiatives. Moreover, he's keeping track of the records. Like basically 2 days ago, I got the information that we are all out of the money from the university. And thanks to Łukasz, we actually tracked 30,000 zlotys, which we can use for next few months. So this work is very important for us PhD students, because otherwise this money would get lost. Then we have Farouk and Janji and Muhammad Saqib. Those guys are coordinators of scientific events founding. So we have this program where we are actually co-financing the conferences or other scientific events. We can give you up to 2,500 zloty to go to the conference. We are only covering the conference expenses. We are not covering the transportation or the accommodation, but still it's a huge help, especially on the first years. Whenever you want to go to the conference, you might not have any financing from your promoter or supervisor, yeah, then you can ask us to help us. This year we gave away 125,000 zloty for those conferences. I know some of you have applied and didn't get it, but it's only because we just ran out of money. And we cannot really do anything about it this year, but next year we are going to go to Rector and say, look, we spent all the money we had for this purpose. We need more because it's good for our PhD students. And we are going to do this. Hopefully we will manage. Okay, guys also are keeping an eye on the deadlines because in our scientific program, co-financing program, we have a deadline which is, I think, 3 weeks after the conference. We have to deliver the invoice to the proper person. But more on that you'll find in the proper regulations. Okay, then we have Arsalan Somar. Arsalan is one of the coordinators of social media committee. Actually, Arsalan is preparing all the reports from the council meetings, and he's posting them online. He's also promoting the doctoral students' self-government in social media, and he's managing our social media channels. Next up is Rangel. Rangel is Chancellor and Sports Activities Committee Coordinator. So as a Chancellor, Rangel is a huge help to me, especially to me, because he's helping me with all the matters regarding the council functioning. So he's preparing the reports. He's keeping the track of what I'm saying during the council. And later on, you can get to know what we've established during the meetings, which is quite important for you because you can find out a little bit earlier than those actions are happening, okay? So you can know that you have to keep your focus on those matters. Also, Rangel is coordinator of sports, multi-sport committee. So basically, we have a multi-sport cards co-financing program. We are financing 75% of the cost. So right now there are two different possibilities. You can either have 8 entrances per month or unlimited entrances per month. But in both cases, you are paying around 20 or 35 zloty for that. So I think it's like super great offer. Next up, we have Ola Ławniczek. Ola is mainly coordinator of social media committee. She's also, as Arsalan does, she's managing our social media. She's promoting doctoral student self-government, and she's moderating the self-government website. But huge shout out to Ola, because if it wasn't for her, this event today wouldn't have happened. Like, Ola is main coordinator. Ola, can you stand up for a second, please? So thank you, Ola, very much. Next we have Jakub. I've mentioned Jakub before. Jakub is the deputy chairman. and Orientation Welcoming Committee Coordinator. He's helping us with the representation on the intercollegiate arena. We are traveling a lot just to know what are the, to find out what are the best options for our PhD students. Actually, later on you'll see, I think I've been out like, I've been on a business trip like 16 times this year, sorry, only regarding the doctoral students' matters. Also, Jakub was traveling with me most of the time, yeah, because now he's in the US, but he's coming back quite soon. He's also a member of Integration Doctoral Orientation Welcoming Committee, and he's helping us with conceptualization on events organization. So, for example, together with next person, so Vipin, they were working together on this event, which was called Cultural Day. It will be happening again and again, hopefully. More on that later. But here's Vipin. Vipin, can you stand up as well? I can see you here. Okay, hi. Thank you. Vipin is my deputy, and the reason I asked Vipin to stand up is because Vipin is very helpful towards all the international students. If you have any questions regarding your stay, you can ask Vipin, because Vipin is the guy to ask. What can I say? He knows a lot of stuff on those matters. He's counseling you. He's helping with the documentation if needed. Of course, don't bother with him too much, please. But most of the time, he's very helpful. He's also cooperating with International Relations Office, so that could be of help as well. Next, I'm here as well. So I'm coordinating the work of all the committees, of course. I'm contacting with the authorities. I'm defending the rights and representing the interests of our PhD students. Moreover, what do I do? I'm convening council meetings, and I am identifying new development paths for our council. So I'm basically thinking what to do to help us evolve and become better PhD students. Also, in this year, I'm vice president for PEDUT. This is Polish Association of Polish Technical Universities, the PhD students. And also, I'm a member of Audit Committee in the National Association of Doctoral Students. Okay, so what are the tasks for PhD Council? So basically, it's cooperation with Doctoral School Office, of course. Excuse me. Active participation in the recruitment process, of course. We have our representatives there. So I think most of you have met your peers now. Yeah, they are your peers now. We were looking into all the recruitment process, overseeing it, and if we had any remarks, we could, the people designated, they could have contacted me, and I would do something else about it, okay? Of course, we are representing PhD students in the Senate, the boards, and the councils. There are over 33 people who are currently sitting at some boards. All were appointed this September, or are to be appointed next week on Tuesday, okay? So lots of people. I really am sorry, but I don't have time to go through all of it. But for those who do this, they know, and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Okay, we are helping with onboarding. We are activating PhD student. students. We are organizing cultural outings, as I said before, supporting conferences, as I said before. We are holding the program for scientific co-founding, which I told you about already. We are cooperating with doctoral students, self-governments of Gdansk University and Gdansk Medical University. Actually, this is very important cooperation for us because we are on the verge of breakthrough. You might call it like this, because we are trying to incorporate 3-hour universities into one. Not formal in every way, because we will be still separate universities, but we will be evaluating together, and I think it's very important for us because we have lots of opportunities. We can use libraries from other universities, we can attend classes on the different universities, those two, of course, yeah. So we are maintaining this cooperation is very important. Of course, we are participating in KRD and PhD meetings and many, many more things on which we don't have time for now. Okay, what are our achievements? So basically, this is some summary of 2 years of the council. Okay, thank you. But we did some stuff, like we've worked with the doctoral school office to refresh the doctoral school website. We simplified many formal procedures. It's much easier than it was. We optimized the educational offer together with the doctoral school as well. We are reorganizing soft skills right now together with doctoral school. We introduced multi-sport, co-financing, of course, again. We are organizing a lot of events, yes? We have Christmas integration, we have winter post-session, we have cultural day, we have PhD open right now, yes? And for that, last year we've won the most active self-government in Poland award, which we are quite proud of it, actually. This year we hope we'll manage to do it one more time. Okay, very important thing, I'm nearly finished, is representation in the intercollegiate arena. We are meeting with our peers at KRD and PhD. We are taking active part in organization of those events. It's to exchange the informations, the crucial informations. We are meeting with with the Minister for Higher Education. Here he is, standing here. Oh, it's not working. We are representing PhD students. Our planned actions. We plan to refresh the SDPG website because it needs to be adjusted a little bit. We are gonna simplify formal procedures further because what we did last year helped us, but we are not satisfied with it yet. We are optimizing the educational offer further, hopefully. We are gonna introduce graduation gowns. Guys, this is very important. This is one of the Rangel's, I think, idea, mostly Rangel's idea. So basically, we want to give you a proper graduation after 4 years of hard work, hopefully 4 years, no more. But we want to give you proper graduation like in the American movies, okay? So with the gowns, with the honors, with the ball, and everything. So the first step to achieve this was to prepare a graduation gown. It's nearly ready, and we are gonna present it soon. Of course, we would like to have the doctoral students cruise. There are some options available. We are thinking of introducing bowling league. We are gonna be organizing Christmas integration, Christmas party, yeah. Next cultural day, and hopefully the Fahrenheit University's ball. Right now, we are focusing on by-elections. So by-elections mean that we have some people whom have finished, or maybe they I don't know where they go, but they are not present anymore. And from these disciplines, management and quality studies, mathematics, physical sciences, chemical sciences, materials engineering, biomedical engineering, mechanical engineering and industrial school has 2 or maybe even 3 seats available. So I'm asking you to think about joining us, because it's okay. I'm gonna be frank with you. Okay, it's a lot of work, but it's very rewarding, and you get to do great things. Okay, so I really encourage you to join us. The elections will be announced shortly by Helena here. So hopefully you'll decide to join us. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your attention. I'm sorry because I think I went a little bit over my time. So I would like to ask Agnieszka up on the stage right now.
It's nice to be here, and I really want to say that I appreciate that I'm here and that I can present the offer of the Young Researcher Office, so my office, and special thanks to go to Ignacy Rogoń, who asked me and allowed me to be here. So thank you very much. And also I want to thank you that you stay with us, because it is cold here, we are hungry, and it's really hard to stay for a long time. So thank you very much that you are here. So what I want to say, so maybe I will short introduce myself. I'm the head of the office, and also I'm the doctor in biotechnology discipline, but I used to say that I'm on the retirement. I'm also alumni of different postgraduate studies at present in my private time. I'm also the student of the 4th year of psychology. So this is me, and now I'm conducting the office. And about the offer of our office, who we are, but before I will start to talk about the offer, I want to show you the definition, who is the young researcher, also, or maybe as previously Ola said, that early career researcher. So who is this person? So this is a scientific person who is the PhD student, so you, or a person who prepares a doctoral dissertation on external basis. So probably there aren't such persons between us today. And also a person who holds a doctoral degree which had been obtained within 7 years. So in fact they are assistant professor. So this is the definition from our government, but also referring to the European Charter for Researchers. The early career researchers was matched to 2 groups, to R1, so first researchers, so you, PhD students, and R2, recognized researchers, so PhD holders who are not still fully independent. So this is the definition, and the reason why doctoral students are in our field of interest. And here you can see, I used to say, our iconic young researcher who can be associated with our office, and also you can find her on our Facebook profile. So you can associate her with our office. And now a few words about the office and our activities. So we are the youngest and the smallest administrational unit. So really it is 10 months ago when we was appointed by the Rector, and we cooperate with Vice Rector for Research, so I mean Professor Dariusz Mikielewicz.
And our main tasks are here. The most important task is to support you, in widening in different activities. We also are here to support you in career planning and create the opportunity to develop scientific networks. So this is our main task. But we also coordinate different activities planned in the HR strategy for researchers, so also for you, and other plans developed at faculties and doctoral school. Moreover, we supervise the implementation of different projects. At present moment, these are 3 projects. One is for staff development, the second is for study program modification, and the third one is for introduction of personalized educational model. So these are our projects. Furthermore, we also administrate, and we are the members of the Young Researcher team. And about this team, today I'm also speaking on behalf of Roxana Licow, who is the chairwoman of the Young Researchers teams, but unfortunately she couldn't be here with us, so she asked me to warmly welcome you. So I welcome you. And she asked me to show you the offer and the actions of this team. So if I want to say, no, this one, these are photos to take your attention. So not points, not bullet points, but pictures. We represent more than 900 researchers, and our scope of responsibility and interests is participation in identification of barriers. Barriers which limit you in development and work and in career. So this is the main task of this team. We also prepare the solutions which can remove these barriers and then monitor them. We also cooperate with doctoral students, employees and university authorities in planning and implementing tasks, for example, within the HR strategy or other plans implemented at faculties or in doctoral school. And these are examples of our activities, I mean arrangements with the authorities, scientific speed dates, scientific meetings, seminar trainings, and huge events, I mean Young Researcher Day, Young Researcher Picnic, and the last activity, it was great, big, huge Congress, Science Beyond Division. We also conduct the survey on barriers and plan action based on them. We also report the need for changes at faculties and in doctoral school. So this is the reason why sometimes you can find the email from me or from my office. And thanks to us, some faculties introduce grants for PhD students, teaching discounts for researchers, new workspaces for PhD students, and also help in projects preparation. And even we initiated the first aid trainings. And our last, but not least huge event, as I mentioned before, was the Congress, Science Beyond Divisions, which took place 1 month ago. And it was really great event. We invite many people. There was more than 100, I think 150 people here, also patrons and sponsors, and the discussion concerned the quality of education, the evaluation of science, and also we discussed the status of university and cooperation and division and moods. So a lot of topics and a lot of reflections about these topics. And now I want to invite you also to familiarize yourself with our materials, which are published on the office's website. So please be welcomed to see them. And now, thank you for your attention. And to contact us to our office. I want also to introduce my co-worker. She is with us. It is Joanna Ziobro, who is at the end of the room. So hello, Joanna. So we are here to help you. So maybe yes. And I also want to wish you the fulfillment of your scientific aspiration, development your friendship network, and good time at our university. Thank you very much.
Okay, before lunch we have only one presentation left, but it's in 3 parts actually. I would like to invite upon the stage, Center for Office of the Technology Transfer, okay? Agnieszka Krawczyk-Kłos and Robert Bajko will be conducting the first part, and then Dr. Maciej Sienkiewicz will conduct the latter part, okay? So the floor is yours.
Okay, I hear that. We're trying to do this before the lunch, so don't worry, I will just take 5 minutes of your time. My name is Agnieszka, and I am the Director of Technology Transfer Office. With me there is Robert, he is the manager of the startup school, and also there is Maciej Sienkiewicz, he is a doctor in the chemistry department, and he'll have a presentation, short presentation, about how technology transfer can work in our university. So I know that that was a long day for you, so we're trying to be quick and short. But because during your PhD you probably meet with my unit, I want to tell you when it will happen and why. Okay, so just quick information what we are doing in our technology transfer office. We're supporting the commercialization process, okay? So quick question, what is the commercialization? Probably some of you already know. If someone is not sure, I will quickly explain. It's the situation when the technology developed in the university is implemented in the market by industry, and we get money for that. So this is very nice. And I want to show you just 3 steps, which are quite common in this process, and probably when we will be meeting in this step. So the first thing is like my team is searching for innovation solutions, and in that situation sometimes some of you can take a part in developing some kind of the solution with the research team of our university. And probably in that situation some of my team will knock to your door and ask for a cooperation. The second situation is when we cooperate with the industry, when we are looking for partners in the project, or when we are establishing consortium. And then if you take a part as someone who will making research in the project, then probably we will also meet on the end of this project. And the last part is in a situation when we almost finishing the commercialization, so when we licensing the technology, selling the technology, but also when we're creating the company. Sometimes also the startup company which you take a part. And this is something which Robert will tell you a little bit more about later on. So we already know when we will meet, okay? And now I want you to know what is your right. okay? Because as a PhD student, you have your own right in a situation when you develop the technology in a university. So for a researcher who is employed in a university, the ownership of the intellectual property rights belongs to the university. But for you, as a PhD student, you own the right, okay? So because of that, there could be a situation when you make a research with a scientist of the university, okay, and then some of this research belongs to the university, but the rest of that belongs to you. And what happened next? So my unit, it's really here to help you, to support you. Because in that situation, it will be very good if you contact us, because you have your right, but also you have your obligation, which means that when the university would like to apply, for example, for a protection, it will pay for their part, but you have to also pay for your part. So we will ask you to transfer your own rights to your university, but of course not for free. Okay, so here you have information what we can do for you. The first thing is that the university will pay for all the fees regarding the protection. The second thing is that my team in a technology transfer will take care about all the things regarding commercialization, meeting with the business, negotiations, preparing agreements, control of the fees. So all of that, it will be on the university side. And the last and the best thing is that you will take a part in a share of the benefits, if we get some from the commercialization. So this is my information for you, that any situation when you make a research in any one of employee of the university, please remember that you are the owners of the rights of the intellectual property you conduct, but also university can support you in that situation and help you with the commercialization if you transfer those rights to the university. Okay, so this is from my part, and now Robert will tell you a little bit more about the startup school, okay?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to present the Gdansk Startup School, or GTS2 for short. Our project is focused on fostering academic innovation and entrepreneurship by offering tailored support to PhD students like you. We aim to empower you to transform your research and ideas into successful startups and spin-offs, bridging the gap between academia and business. One quick note before I begin. You might notice that I'm going to read from my notes today. Well, I have learned from that success in both academia and entrepreneurship comes from knowing how to use the right tools, whether it's advanced technology or the well-prepared script. So while I could try to impress you with my memory, I'd rather make sure that I share everything with precision. At the GTS2, we strive to create an ecosystem that nurtures both innovation and entrepreneurship. We offer a wide range of resources, including training programs, consultancy, infrastructure, and financial support. Our goal is straightforward, helping PhD students turn their academic research into business ventures. It's not just about starting a business. It's about translating your academic work into real-world impact, propelling both your career and the local economy forward. Let's take a closer look at the key criteria that every startup or spin-off project must meet. The so-called innovation and entrepreneurship triad, feasibility, viability, and desirability, which are essential factors that determine the success of each venture. Feasibility. Can we technically develop the solution? This focus on the engineering aspect where the solution is achievable. Viability. Is this a sustainable business model? This addresses the financial aspect. Can this idea generate profit? And last but not least, desirability. Do customers need or want this? This is often the most challenging factor, as understanding and meeting customer needs is crucial. All three must align. The intersection forms the only area where the success can be achieved, where the technical feasibility, technical business viability, and customer desirability converge. Continuing, please note that the core focus of the PhD school is to provide a strong foundation for developing the technical solution you choose. This is represented by the dark blue area labeled engineering project, the area you typically concentrate on as PhD students, ensuring that the solution can be built. The Gdansk Startup School, on the other hand, complements this foundation with its tailored programs addressing viability and desirability to complete the picture. So how do this work in practice? We offer 2 programs that help transform your ideas into fully fledged startups or spin-offs, ensuring that they are not only technically sound, but also viable and desirable in the market. The first program, Startup School 1, focuses on validating your idea and creating a strong business model using world-renowned methodologies. We provide professional startup coaches, hands-on workshops, and personalized mentorship to guide you through each step. In the second program, Startup School 2, we offer a grant of 50,000 Polish zloty, extensive non-financial support, and project management expertise to help you bring the model developed in the first program to market. Interestingly, there were already 15 PhD students in the Startup School 1 program, and currently 1 PhD student in the Startup School 2 program, which statistically speaking is more than students from other degree levels. At this point, it's also worth mentioning other Gdansk Tech programs that may contribute to your projects. There are 2 programs operated by Technology Transfer Office. The Development Incubator offers between 50 and 200,000 zloty for pre-implementation work, and Titanium program that provides 25,000 zloty to protect your invention through patenting worldwide. The synergy between the programs conducted by Gdansk Startup School and the Tech Transfer Office is straightforward, resulting in a powerful and unique offering. As the result, participants in our programs may receive substantial support up to 270,000 zloty, not including funding from mainstream academic sources such as EDUB or ministerial programs. No, pardon, misalignment. Okay, to wrap up, I'd like to invite you all to reach out to GTS2 if you are interested in developing your startup or spin-off. We are here to support you through every step of the entrepreneurial process, from validating your idea to securing funding and beyond. You can contact us via email or visit our website for more information. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing some of your innovative ideas in the future. Thank you very much.
Morning. My name is Maciej Sienkiewicz. I'm a worker of Department of Polymer Technology in Faculty of Chemistry, Gdansk University of Technology, and I have been asked to share with you with my experience in the commercialization of my inventions on the Gdansk University of Technology. I would like to present 2 inventions that had been successfully implemented and commercialized, of course, thanks to the cooperation with the TTO. TTO means Technology Transfer Office. And my first experience with the commercialization process was with the polyurethane rubber composites, which are made using polyurethanes as a matrix, and the rubber granulates obtained in the process of grinding of waste tires. I have been working with these materials in my PhD studies, and I have developed many different kinds of the composition for practice use. As soon as I finished my PhD studies, I patented together with my supervisors the inventions for the composites which was cross-linked with unsaturated compounds and methods for their production. The patent application was filed in 2011. You can see on the timeline. This is the patent documents. And the patent was granted in 2013. Then we started the cooperation with the TTO. Why? Because we need help and support from the specialists who know the law and the commercialization practice. TTO soon found Gumeco. Gumeco is a company specializing in the collecting and recycling of waste tires, and this company was interested in commercialization of our invention. And after the negotiation, TTO did these negotiations. I don't know how it looks. Maybe Agnieszka will tell something about this. After the negotiations, Gumeco bought a license from the Gdansk University of Technology to use the inventions in its business practice. According to the agreement, we had to do many work. We asked to, of course, scale up the production of composites from the laboratory scale to the industrial scale. So on the timeline, we are here. Of course, we had to design the production line and selected the machinery and auxiliary equipments. Of course, everything worked in the industrial scale. Finally, after the implementation test, because at the end we had to test and produce the prototype composites in the industrial scale, and this work was ended with the success. And in 2015, so we start in 2011, and in 2015, the Gumeco company have started produce the composites in the industrial scale, and the composites was launched to the market in the same year. So you can see on the picture the ceremony of opening the line, and the picture of elements of the industrial line where polyethylene rubber composites is now producing. And another invention which was implemented to the market concern with the biodegradable and compostable thermoplastic composition made from potato starch. This invention was developed by our team and patented in 2015. So we finished the work with the polyethylene rubber composites, and then we granted the patent about the biodegradable materials. This invention was implemented on the market by the company Bioplastpom, under the brand name of Nopla. So you can buy these materials now on the market on the name of the Nopla. You can see the trademark here. And what it is NOPLA? NOPLA is patented innovative biodegradable and compostable thermoplastic materials which based on the potato starch. NOPLA was developed at the Department of Polymer Technology, Faculty of Chemistry, Gdansk University of Technology, and what I said was implemented by the Bioplast POM company. NOPLA can be used to produce the biodegradable packagings or single-use product because it is a thermoplastic material and is compostable in the industrial condition and in home composters, and is biodegradable in water, seawater, fresh water, and in the soil. Besides this, the NOPLA was awarded the gold medal in the concours Elupien in Paris and at the exhibition Plastpol in Kielce in Poland. What makes NOPLA unique? First of all, NOPLA is made from the thermoplastic starch, which is modified only physically. We don't use the chemical reaction and the chemical modification of the starch in the process of the production of NOPLA. It's very important because chemical modification can do the longer process of the biodegradation or composting, and the modified natural polymers is forbidden now by the single-use directive. So for the market and for the producers it's very important. What else? NOPLA is compostable in the industrial condition in the shorter time in compared commercial polymers available on the market. You can see on the graph the composting of the NOPLA takes only 12 weeks. So we have here the end of the composting. In compare of the PLA, the polylactide is a commercial thermoplastic materials, biodegradable, not the biodegradable and compostable only in the industrial condition. What else? NOPLA is the first polymer-based materials in Poland to obtain the certificate TUV of biodegradability in fresh water and soil. It's very important for the company, the Bioplast POM, because with this certificate they can sell the granulates to the wider range of the market. Of course, NOPLA is compostable in the industrial and the home conditions. Because we obtained the NOPLA from the potato starch, we have a certificate bio-based, but the main certificates for us now is the biodegradable in water, fresh water, and in the soil. How we can produce the NOPLA? Maybe I will show you it on the film, not on the scheme. Sure. Please help to. Oh, okay. As you see, you can see now the production of NOPLA in the laboratory scale. The students have a mixture of the potato starch and glycerol using as the plasticizer and other additives, and produce by using the extruder, in the extrusion process, the thermoplastic materials, the thermoplastic starch or the composition of thermoplastic starch in the additives. After the extrusion, we obtain the filaments, and on the next step we do the granulation to produce the granulates. We can be used to production of the another products. You can see now the injection molding, the another process when we produce the in this case the spoons. So you can produce the packages, spoons, boxes, what you want, and what we produce the products from the thermoplastic materials. Okay, and you can see the trademark of the Politechnika Gdańska, Gdańsk University of Technology. So we market our product on the spoon, on another cutlery. So if you want see the process of the production of nonopla in the laboratory scale and the production of the cutleries, you can come to our department and we will show you how you can produce. And another. Okay. After the implementation of the invention to the industry, we had to scale up of the production process. You can see the film started. You can see the industrial line, the towers with the feeders, with the scales, with the mixers, with the tanks, and the conveyors to the transport of the mixture of the potato starch and the additives to the extruder. Now you can see the feeder of the industrial extruder. The efficiency of the production is now something about 500 kilograms per hour. And as you see, we produce it from the potato starch, not from the other materials. And you can see now the extrusion process, the extruder. You can see the steam. Why? Because in the potato starch is something about 20% of the water. Of course, in the production process, we can use the fillers, so you can see the cellulose fibers adding to the nopla. And as a product, we produce the filaments, many filaments, which have to be cooled in the ambient conditions. So you can see the fans, many fans, and 25 meters of the cooling line. At the end of the cooling line, we have a granulator, a very big machine, and we produce the granulates of the nopla. You can see very big efficiency, and then we can collecting it in the tanks, and its end. But you can see how change the scale of the production from the laboratory to the industry in the case of biodegradable material. Please change the slide. Oh, okay. And at the end, as you see, the success of the nopla is not the result of one man. But in this project works many research workers, but also PhD students. So you can participate in the works with the commercialization of maybe your products, maybe someone products, processes. So you can do it. It's not hard. And the TTO, the Technology Transfer Office, help you with this. I know that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękuję serdecznie.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, guys. Do you have the same urge to start working on commercialization of your result as I do? I guess maybe not, because we are starving. So now, right now it's time for lunch, long awaited. So thank you for participating in this part. Please note that after lunch we have one more presentation for you. Ola will talk about most important legal acts in Poland regarding PhD students, and those are very important. So I strongly encourage you to stay after the lunch for this presentation. Right now we have 1 hour recess. The lunch break is outside of this aula, so thank you very much. And
That's so serious. I think that we can start. So, good afternoon. Welcome to my presentation, which is the last point of the PhD Open event in the Aula in main building at Gdansk University of Technology. I'm so happy that you decided to participate and to wait that long and be here at 4 p.m. And you've decided to listen some information which should be known, in my opinion, and directors of doctoral school, for example, but should be known by every doctoral student who is in a Polish doctoral school. That presentation will present you what you should have known, what you should know exactly about doctoral studies in Poland, exactly requirements from PhD students and what rights PhD student has got. So, as it is on the slide, this is the information meeting for newly admitted doctoral students, but I will be not that focused on that word newly admitted because of many PhD students don't know about facts about which I'm going to tell you today. So it's for everyone, not only for newly admitted doctoral students. At the beginning, I introduced myself. So once again, as you heard a few times, maybe during that day, my name is Aleksandra Ławniczak, and today I'm going to present different aspects of learning in doctoral school, of doctoral studies, and to be specific, this is my second year in doctoral school at Gdansk University of Technology. And I represent a discipline of materials engineering. To be specific, I work with polyurethane materials. And I am a member of doctoral student self-government, and my position, which I held, is social media committee leader. And this is the position I held since 2023. So maybe you wonder why that information meeting. So and in general, what is SMNS project? Which logo was on the first slide, title slide? So this presentation is not the typical presentation because it's a result of a project which is carried out by a national association of doctoral candidates in Poland. And the shorter version is SMNS project, but in longer version it's a school of young scientists and self-government members. And what that project aims. So basically, that project is financed by Ministry of Higher Education and Science in Poland, and it is performed by KRD, so National Association of Doctoral Candidates. And what project aims to? So, increase the knowledge of the doctoral community, of the current legal regulations on science and higher education. We will talk about legal acts. So this is basically the knowledge you should have. The project aims also to improve skills in the practical application of the regulations. So after that presentation, you will obtain the knowledge and you will exactly know what you should search in law on higher education and science, and what aspects, for example, for example, are not followed by regulations in our regulations, for example, in our regulations of doctoral in doctoral school, or any other. And also the third point, that project aims to create a space for scientific discussions and exchange of scientific and research achievements, because of the fact that during that project, the workshops took place. So, in the SMNS project, during that project, we had workshops, and lectures about law, about legal acts, about how to create a research team, how to be a leader in the research team, how to implement design thinking in the projects, which you can be in which you can be a leader at, for example, Gdansk University, or just during your doctoral studies. We discussed during the project also about ecological psychiatry, so how environment impacts on us, and what could be an effect of those factors, and how to, for example, do a content on social media. Okay, so first of all, let's start with what in our case determines our rights and responsibilities. Our primary source of the knowledge about doctoral studies is the law of higher education and science, and there is a QR code from which you can find a law on higher education and science in English version and in Polish version, to make it easier for you. So if you would like to, you can just right now scan it and, for example, just observe how it looks like. Because probably you had never an opportunity to do that, or time. Yeah, I know that we are really busy. So the primary act of our rights and responsibilities of being a PhD student is the law on higher education and science, and it's a result of work of ministry. And another regulation which is really important for us is the regulations, from our doctoral school. So we can ask somebody, so do the regulations have to look the same in every doctoral school? The answer is no. Regulations of doctoral school at Gdansk University of Technology can be different in comparison, for example, to Gdansk University or Medical University at Gdansk. So the regulations can be different on each university. So what should be included in the regulations of a doctoral school? At first, according to the Article 205, the regulations should contain rules, the manner of appointment and change of the supervisor, auxiliary supervisor, and maybe the second supervisor, how to change them if something goes wrong, The manner of documentation of a course of education, so we exactly know from the regulations how it should look like and what we are going to do during our studies. The manner of conducting the midterm evaluation, and this is really important, a really important point, because midterm evaluation is a critical part of doctoral studies we should force. We should force with, and we should face with. What is the most important on that slide? In this slide is the fact that regulations of doctoral school shall be adopted by the Senate or Scientific Council at least 5 months before the beginning of academic year, and should be a conclusion of talks with doctoral student council. This is really important point on that slide. What does it mean? That we have an impact what is in regulations of doctoral school. Of course, just a PhD student can say something like, oh, I don't know, I don't like that part of a regulation, just a normal PhD student. We, and I'm as a member of Self-Government Council, we represent you and us in general. So people in Self-Government Council can talk with directors of a doctoral school and with Senate and Scientific Council and discuss what is wrong or what we just don't like in the regulations of doctoral school. Okay, we become doctoral candidates, and we obtain a status of doctoral student. When it happened, after be admitted to the doctoral school and start the education, and of course after acquire doctoral students, we obtained that status after taking the oath, which took place today. So congrats, you have doctoral student status. Okay, so we become doctoral candidates, and what? And then what? An important issue is the education process, is how long the doctoral training can last. As you can see, about that fact was a question during our quiz. So doctoral education shall last from 6 to 8 semesters. Our law determines that our doctoral studies can last at least six semesters, but as you will observe during that presentation and on another slides, you will notice that after those 8 semesters, it shouldn't be. It's not the final semester to us. We can extend the doctoral studies, but we should pay attention to fit to that period of time and finish our research plan until eighth semester. So we are doctoral students after first week, second week, and what is important, that we have to have a supervisor. And doctoral students shall be a doctoral student has to be in supervision, under the supervision, and that supervisor should be selected within 3 months of taking up education. And what is more important, that not everyone, I'm sorry, that not everyone can be and become our supervisor. A supervisor can be a person who, during last 5 years, had two scenarios, two situations, in which one, our supervisor lost for doctoral students because of the removal, because of the negative results of midterm evaluation. And this is because I said that midterm evaluation is a critical moment during doctoral studies. Because after negative results, we lost our doctoral studies status and we are not doctoral student. We can't continue our doctoral studies after negative results of midterm evaluation. And the second situation is when our supervisor has supervised the preparation of a dissertation by at least 2 persons applying for the degree of doctor, and also they receive a negative reviews of doctoral dissertation. It's the second situation in which, after which our selected person, at least habilitated doctor in Poland, can't be our supervisor. Okay, so scholarships. A topic that interests basically everyone, because everyone loves money, right? We are in good situation on Gdansk at Gdansk University of Technology, but basically the amount of the monthly doctoral scholarship is at least 37% of the professor's salary. So we can see that there is a first factor, that amount of our scholarship is depend on professor's salary, and the second factor is on which year actually we are, because before the midterm evaluation it's 3,466 zlotych and 90 groszy. And after midterm evaluation, our salary increases. So our scholarship is 57% of professor's salary. And it's after midterm evaluation. So there are 2 factors from which our scholarships depends. And the amount of the doctoral scholarship may depend on the achievements of the doctoral students. And for example, we have Polonium, we have Francium. So those scholarships are bonus scholarships. But the basic ones are those as I mentioned. So before the midterm evaluation, 300, and after midterm evaluation, 5,340 zlotych. And the ministry additionally informs that the law does not specify the sources from which the entity running the doctoral school pays the doctoral scholarship. But it can be lower than the legal minimum. So it can be lower than 3,466 zlotych gross. And we are doctoral students. We have doctoral student status. So, to what we are entitled. We can take students' loan. Our leisure breaks can't exceed 8 weeks, so 40 days, as we had in our quiz. For example, we have reliefs on railways. Of course, you have to have a card, ID card, student card, to have the relief on railways. Our public transport fares are reduced, and many more. Of course, we can also achieve scholarships for outstanding young scientists. Okay, this is really important. And what is it? An individual research plan is what we are assessed on during the midterm evaluation and at the end of our doctoral program. We have a statutory 12 months to submit this plan, and yes, you have to submit your research plan. And what actually should be included in individual research plan? In short, it should outline what we will be working on, within what time frame, and what will be accomplished. Of course, the plan should be written in a way that is really flexible for you, because we have to bear in mind the fact that during midterm evaluation, everything will be checked, and the realization of our individual research plan will be rated during our midterm evaluation. So this is really important. What you should include in your individual research plan. During your studies, you can change the content of an individual research plan twice, as I remember well. Okay. And now realization on the individual research plan. So it can be, it's during our studies, our doctoral studies, which last 8 semesters, midterm evaluation occurs in at the end of fourth semester, and there are situations in which education can last 6 semesters. But during those studies, also midterm evaluation occurs during the 4th semester. What is the result of midterm evaluation? Positive or negative result? After positive, we are happy and we are still doctoral students. But after negative result of midterm evaluation, we have a problem. We have a problem because we lost our status, and yeah, you can't continue your research. But there are situations after which you don't agree with the result, and but for that situation you have to follow the regulations. In situation you obtain a negative result of midterm evaluation, but for now we will not talk about that. And what is important here? Maybe, as Professor Jankowski said before, during doctoral studies, your supervisor is a mother and father. But unfortunately, during midterm evaluation, they can't be in a committee. In a committee, there are 3 members, including at least 1 person holding the degree of doctor, habilitated doctor, habilitated PhD, or the title of professor in the discipline in which the dissertation is being prepared, employed outside the entity operating the doctoral school, and once again, the supervisor and auxiliary supervisor shall not be member of the committee. And once again, only the realization of individual research plan is rated. So please pay attention what you put in it. Okay, the education of doctoral students and sadly, and after 8 semesters or 6 semesters. So what is after the submission of our dissertation? First of all, we lose our doctoral student status, but that situation in which submit our dissertation is not the same. It's not equals to the fact that we have PhD title. It's just an end of a learning process of our studies. We are graduated, but it's not the same situation in which we are just PhD after submission our dissertation. And of course, as I mentioned before, several slides before, our path of being a PhD student can be extended, but no longer than 2 years. And those regulations about the extension are included in our regulations. So in the regulations of the doctoral school, and in your research plan, individual research plan, you put the deadline for submission, and it can be later than those 4 years. So when you are at the end of first year, you have to put a date of your possible dissertation in next 3 years. You can't just write that, oh, I will extend, so I will put here an information that I'm going to submit my dissertation in 5 years. No, you can't. You have to put the information that you are going to submit your dissertation in next 3 years. Okay, so it's possible that you can extend, as I said, and it's Article 204, which says about that. At the request of a doctoral student, education should be suspended for the period corresponding to the duration of the maternity leave of the conditions of maternity leave, paternity leave, and parental leave. Those aspects are included in labor code. And what is the most important thing? The most important thing here is there is no possibility of refusal to provide suspension after meeting the statutory conditions. Okay, other rights of doctoral students that may arise from the regulations of doctoral school. So, cancellation of the result, as I said, cancellation of the result of the midterm evaluation, suspension of education, break in the case other than statutory, So maybe if you are in hospital for long term, or you're not in as good condition as you should be during your doctoral studies, your doctoral studies can be extended, expanded. Also in regulations, there are information about transfer from to other doctoral school, how to change a supervisor. Sometimes it's problematic to be with our supervisor, to be with one's supervisor, and sometimes there is a necessity of change of him or she. So in regulations, we can find an information how to do that. Another fact is that when someone is disabled and is a PhD student, that person has got higher scholarship, and that increase of scholarship is about 30%, and it's and currently it's 1,040 zlotych, and that amount of money is constant for the whole period of being in doctoral school. Okay, this is really interesting fact, because if you are on third, fourth year of your doctoral studies, probably you work with industry, work in company. So sometimes you haven't, when you are on fourth, let's pretend that all of you are on fourth year in doctoral school, and you haven't got any time to prepare to your doctoral defense, and to prepare a doctoral dissertation. So there is a chance that you can take a break amounting to in amount of 28 days, and that doctoral let's name it doctoral break should be of course discussed with an employee, but you have a law to take those 28 days and prepare to your dissertation. And in fact, the total amount is 28 days. Of course, as I said, the obligation to agree on the date of its use with the employer. So you have to discuss it with boss from company, from industry, and then taking those maximum of 28 days. But the meaning of being an employee is deeply described in labor law. So first, if you are interested, you should check in labor law who exactly is the employee. Employment under the employment contract, by appointment, cooperative employment, those who are meant by employee, as I said, for those 28 days of a break for preparation of dissertation can occur. Okay, the bad scenario, we have to be removed from the list of doctoral students. When it can be. Doctoral student is removed from the list of doctoral students in the event of, first of all, critical moment, as I said, midterm evaluation. So when our result of midterm evaluation is negative result, we unfortunately are removed. Failure to submit the doctoral dissertation by the deadline specified in the individual research plan. If you want to expand, we have to write to proper people, and of course submit specific and proper documentation to extend our deadline of doctoral dissertation. Resignation from the education, failure to start education, punishment by disciplinary penalty of exclusion from the doctoral school. Those situations you should just remember. Of course, there are more situations. And for example, one of them is unsatisfactory progress in the preparation of their of the doctoral dissertation. So when something goes wrong, of course you should first discuss it with your supervisor to not be in that moment of your doctoral studies in which probably you will be removed from list of doctoral students. And the second scenario is the implementation. Implementation which not occurs of individual research plan. And we fail with for example, in whole learning process, and everything goes to the moment in which we are removed, unfortunately. There is a situation in which can be for no in situation when someone tells us that no, you are removed from the list of doctoral students, and there is a law 203, and we can don't agree with that decision, and within no less than 30 days from the date of delivery of the seminars, resignation from the training at another doctoral school can occur. So yes. Okay, so now more kind subjects about. Let's start with Doctoral Student Council, and I will talk about that shortly, briefly, because of the fact that Ignacy said few things about us, or not few, but a lot of. But let's start with the law. Doctoral students shall establish a Doctoral Student Council, and in the fact that what Ignacy said, all of you and me and everybody from our doctoral school who are doctoral students, we form a self-government. But there are few representatives from disciplines, 14 disciplines, and those. In fact, at our university, those representatives create and form the doctoral self-government council. And those representatives of doctoral students council form Polish, so the whole overriding organization form Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates, and members of it in Polish it's Krajowa Reprezentacja Doktorantów, and those people represent all doctoral students in the Republic of Poland. And this is our council. Ignacy presented that photo. I think that we can just go briefly, but elections to be a member of Doctoral Student Council take place once per 2 years. After 1 year, we have co-elections to remove gaps from our council. So I really encourage you to take part and participate in our Doctoral Students Council life, and just participate in elections which will take place in maybe 2 months, 3 months, or 1 month, I don't know. So we will inform you as soon as possible to make a chance for you to maybe become member of our council. Okay, so as I said, that representatives from each doctoral student council form Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates. This is the whole national representation of doctoral candidates, and the whole idea of that organization is the integration of councils, integration of self-government, and to express opinions and present proposals, for example, in ministry, to be heard by not only people from each doctoral school, but from higher levels, higher organizations. So, for example, from ministry. Really important person, the doctoral student ombudsman. If you have a problem with anything serious, and you think that your rights are broken, you should contact with doctoral student ombudsman. So there is a contact. Unfortunately, it's in Polish, so it's rzecznik. I know, hard word, but this is a person, a representative from Polish Association, from Polish National Association of Doctoral Candidates, who will listen to your problem and try to help you in terms to law aspects and many others. But that position is specific to breaking law aspects. Okay, so what KRD, doctoral student ombudsman, can do, and what that person should do, is providing legal support to doctoral students in the field of higher education and science, analyzes, monitoring, and supporting the observance of doctoral student rights, and presenting information to the public on the problems of doctoral students. Because if that person, doctoral student ombudsman, hears many times the same problem from many doctoral students, it should mean something. So something should be changed, and that person can present the whole problem of doctoral student community, and maybe suggest a solution for that problem, but in law aspect. Okay, so what we should do as doctoral students? Of course, we should monitor websites. We should monitor social media to be well informed about conferences, national, international conferences. Just be up to date. What is our responsible? We should write papers, article, manuscripts. They are really important factor, and without them we can't pass our doctoral studies. So to what I encounter you to find new conferences abroad or national in Poland, and go there. Go and just know a new person, new people. This is opportunity for you to find new solutions in your scientific discipline, or just to widen your horizons, or to find new members for your research team. As many university as we saw, we have access to platforms such as Scopus, Web of Science, ResearchGate, Elsevier, Spinger, and many others. And I encourage you to use those platforms and observe what is going on, and what happens in our scientific world. And of course, the best solution would be just to connect with scientists whose work inspires you, because I think this is the best solution, how to be motivated to work in a team, or to be as a single person. Just find what motivates you, and working with scientists whose work inspires you would be a really good idea. Okay, next thing is that financing. In Poland, we have few agencies from which we can have money, obtain money for our research, and And first of all, let's present National Science Center, so NCN, and what NCN offers. This agency offers us, for example, Preludium project. This is the basic one, Preludium project. That, in general, NCN offers grants for financing your basic research, which are not on industrial level, but basic in labs, yeah. And there are many projects and many activities NCN has got. For example, Preludium, which is addressed to PhD students, and I would like to remind you that during your research, during your PhD studies, you should submit at least one project. And Preludium can be that project, for example. Yeah, and Preludium is the basic project. Another one project which NCN offers is Opus, and it's more for more experienced, so more for supervisor, but not only, but for people who has got articles, projects, patents. This is the target group of people who would like to achieve an Opus financing. We have also, for example, Sonata Bees project. Yeah, and this is a great opportunity in general to write projects because you can find new maybe paths during writing a project. You can just review the literature and create your own research. Research team. Another thing, the National Center for Research and Development. And what is it? So NCBR allows for the funding of projects that are industry orientated, and meaning they are not based. It means that are not for basic research. And the most important of projects which NCBR offers us is the LEADER project. And the LEADER project can be 1 million, for example, 1 million of złotych financing for your research. And the last thing is NAWA. So it's Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, and NAWA provides funding for international trips and internships. Thanks to NAWA, you can go to Spain, you can go to Germany and many other countries, and find maybe new scientific paths abroad. What is important when you write project proposals? Deadlines and regulations. Regulations and deadlines. Because of failing to comply with the requirements, for example, your project proposal can be rejected because of just the formal grounds. which are thoroughly checked. And the positive aspect is that institutions like NCN, NCN offer trainings how to write projects and what exactly is included in requirements of the project. And this is what, for example, NCN offers. So if you are interested, you can check on websites the offers and check, maybe they have, for example, a meeting about Preludium, about Opus, how to write a project, and many more. Okay, the thing that we have we have to deal with is an environment, and as you can know, the environmental issues play an important role in our current lives. So this is really good, a really good point. It can be really good point in your, for example, research proposal to implement environmental issues in your research, to just increase the possibility of obtaining the financing or something like that. And of course, it is really worth to follow current trends. We know what we have to face right now. For example, climate changes. This is really curious thing because when you, for example, when you want to write a project, you should change your mindset for writing a project, and you should be all of us should be focused on the purpose and the needs of consumer, of our possible consumer. And that idea, which is focused on problem-solving methods, is design thinking. And it's really curious, so you can just that bear in mind, put to your head, and then check it when you will be home, what design thinking is. But design thinking is the idea during which we concentrate on needs of a customer, and we want to focus, pay attention on what is the matter of a consumer, and we want deeply understand what is the problem of our consumer, potentially consumer. So there are 5 steps, and first is empathy. Then in the definition step, we have to define the main problem, which we have to solve. And after that, we will be sure that we have problem-solution situation. Then ideation. So this is the moment when sometimes our ideas are extreme extremely, sometimes stupid, but it's worth to brainstorming and generating as many ideas as possible, because maybe someday we will just modificate one of those stupid ideas, and we will achieve a success. So sometimes thinking out of the box and about things which are not that important in our lives can be really worth to think about them. Then the fourth step is the prototyping. So we select the best ideas and we prepare the prototype, and then after, of course, we test it. Oh, okay. Finally, a topic that is very important, and without taking care of which we will not do anything, and it's mental health. It's really big problem. It can be a really big problem during doctoral studies, during being in a school. A few days ago we had a day of psychology, a day of the mental health. So yes, did we have? Because I think that we had. And I just want to tell you that environmental psychiatry deals with the study of the effects of the environment on our mental health, and how factors can impact on how factors from environment can impact on us. So, for example, air pollution, noise, access to greenie. We live in better conditions when we, of course, are surrounded by trees, by animals, and clean air. So all these factors can lead to anxiety that will make our lives difficult, and it's a fact. And it is important to get help from professionalists. And there is information that if you seek for psychological help, there is a person, the specialist at Gdansk University of Technology, who can help you. You can contact with her, because actually it's a woman. Contact with her, and we as a Gdansk University of Technology have a professional psychological help for our students and doctoral students, and I think this is really important factor these days to deal with our mental health, because it's serious problem these days. And that's my last slide, and thank you very much for your attention, and I hope topics which I touched during that presentation will be good for you for your further doctoral studies semesters, and will be just helpful during your PhD path. And if you have any questions, I'm open to a discussion. If you don't want talk here, you can contact with me by email. And thank you very much. And right now, yes, Vipin, come here, please, and close the event in main building.